Halo semuanya, balik lagi. Nah, di sini kita bahas-bahas ini dulu. Ntar kayaknya nggak ada musik kan, nggak seru ya. Karena aku matiin musiknya, jadi kita tar. Wait, jangan yang ini, yang di sini aja. Lo-fi. Nah, kita play lo-fi. Udah kita nobar aja, nyantai-nyantai dulu. Dah, halo semuanya. Yuk nobar, yuk nobar. Untuk yang nanya bracketnya nih mana ya? Ah nih, pindahnya tuh Sentinel lawan Fnatic. Tes. Ada kan suara? Halo. Nih, jadi finalnya tuh Fnatic sama Sentinel. Yang dimana Fnatic udah pernah ketemu sama Sentinel, tapi kalah 2-0 di upper bracket round 1. Cuma ya, kita kan ini kan 5 ronde ya. Jadi ada kemungkinan comeback. Mungkin bisa. Kita nyantai-nyantai aja di sini. Tapi aku udah bakal ngeplay lagu yang copyright biar nggak hilang ini channel. Ya biar aku nggak ngapus sih. Biar aku nggak ngapus streamingnya. Gitu. Halo yang nonton. Ada nggak sih suara tes? Aku mungkin SG deh. Masih ini bahaya, jangan. Nobar BCT. Let's go. Kan VCT kan ya namanya, bukan PTC. PTC nama klub deh. Let's go. Terus link ada di bio. Nice. Let's go. Linknya channel gue kan. Oh iya, betul. Let's go. Kita nonton. Aku mau ngecek Bang Adi dulu deh. Aman kan ya? Andi Jul, mana Andi Jul? Bang Andi Jul. Dia sih, karena nggak boleh deh kalau nggak salah. Kalau yang ini. Dia bahas sesuatu yang mengerikan sih. Ini soal cuma yang itu let's go, ayo mampir kita nobar. mau nyari apa sih namanya, syarat ya, requirement stream VTC Valorant VCT, kok VTC VCT tipe yuk, salah sama bed VT. Nah, kok VTC bang, apaan VTC? VCT, bener ya, VCT Champions Tour. Judul salah, kocak. VCT. Nikah? Yang untuk streaming nggak ada. Untuk streamer. Kamu mau nyari tahu nih. Apa? Sama aja, mana ya? Oke, masih kita agak oke kan. Oke, karena aku nggak mungkin ada Saweria di bawah ya, dia harusnya aman. Aman. Yang penting katanya nggak boleh nutupin sponsornya mereka. Oke. Tapi itu yang NE sih. Aku cek dulu. Dia 6.000 kuat, aku 6.000 kagak kuat, streamingku kocak. Sorry ya, 720 doang streamingku. Sambil nunggu kita nyantai dulu. Sudah belum? Salah. Valorant Champions Tour. Belum. Sabar deh. Pahit nih. Mantap lah notif. Ini apa nih, channel hilang ya? Ya bukan hilang, sama saya di ban streamingnya ya. Ya udahlah, berarti aku bikin konten. Tekon desa juga. Ya istirahat sebulan berarti. Berarti biar bisa bikin konten banyak-banyak. Jadi selesai langsung upload banyak. Mungkin Little Nightmare bisa kelanjutin dengan record mungkin. Kalau misalnya keban ya, doa sih jangan sampai keban. Lupa. Discord kan udah kelihatan kan ya, parah teman-temanku. Dah belum ngecek nih orangnya udah apa belum. Waspada penipuan. Halo yang nonton, yang ngobrol, yang nonton chat dong. Lagunya copyright gak sih? Itu lagunya copyright lagi. Nanti ku ganti lagunya. Ya kita matiin, masih ada lagunya cuy, bahaya kena copyright. Kalau sih nggak apa-apa sih kena copyright. Bentar, di sini aku matiin deh. QR code lupa aku matiin. Milestone? Milestone mo. Milestone. Ano? Gitu-gitu piaranya, bahagianya tuh parah cuy. Gimmick dah, gimmick guys, gimmick. So saya ngomong gitu katanya. Ya udah deh. Oh, saat map Sentinel, Fnatic, Sentinel, Fnatic. Split.
In this map selection makes me so happy as it comes through because it looks like we will be getting maps that give us what I think the best chance at getting to a game 5. Everyone's strength going back and forth, punch for punch in the picks, and it could absolutely be a very good series all the way to a game 5.
Totally agree with you. So with you on all of that. I think that the stylistic matchup of these two teams is incredibly interesting because it's the test of a team in Fnatic.
Kita matiin deh lagunya.
Immense preparation, immense focus on the tactical and strategical elements. But looking across the way, you have Sentinels who they themselves understand how this game is played, that it is a game that can be won through preparation, but the focus in their team is on the individual talent and skill, and having a system that is loose and provides for each of those players in that system. And so you have two ultimately different systems, but the way that these teams clash in the map pool is actually pretty even when you consider all of those factors. So I agree. This matchup has the making to really deliver. And if we look on the previous matchup, which we had the pleasure to cast, Riv, that game actually could have gone Fnatic's way.
And then one thing you have to point out about those matches, Dan, we talked about it, the pistol rounds at the beginning of each map for Icebox and Haven went 1-1. It did not go 2-0 for either team. The bonuses weren't there to be used. And those maps ended up 13-11 and 13-10. So if a team here can solidify those pistol rounds, it may tell a different story. Looking at Fnatic for pistol rounds there, they seem to drop them. Durka goes for the Marshall. They can still make magic happen. But from the pistol rounds, if Fnatic grabs those, I think we could see a much different game from them. Boaster says the momentum-based. It's going to have to start at the beginning, you know?
Yeah, completely agree with that one too. You know, it is going to be, I think, a difficulty playing against Sentinels just because Sentinels do have that upper bracket run advantage in terms of seeing more rounds of their opponent. This is something that Sean Gez pointed out on Twitter just a moment ago. And with that said, you know, I'll pause that point because we are going into the Prime Gaming Agent Select.
Yang ku tonton sih akhir-akhir ini yang agak lumayan serem sih si Jack ini ya. Cuma yang Shazam jago.
Tens is bringing out the Raze on Split. Oh my word, the last 8 runs for Sentinels had that being the Arena and the Jet. They were duelist, double duelist on this, but now they're going to switch it up for the game against Fnatic. As Fnatic goes in, they are not running the triple duelist comp. They actually go for more util and a single duelist. So this is a complete switch up. It's what we expected coming in. The plays through Challengers 2-1 here were, I think, 10 for Sentinels with a very high win rate and only 3 for Fnatic. So you can see why Sentinels want to target Split. Yes, there was the boot camp by Fnatic, but we haven't. Sentinels and everybody hasn't been able to see what that boot camp was able to do. They feel like they can get the aggression and the advantage on Split to start with this being their pick.
And here we are, ladies and gents. Sentinels versus Fnatic here. Map 1 of the best of 5 grand finals here at Masters 2 Reykjavik. And it is starting. Sentinels. What have they got to show us here? They're going to be on the attack, taking the initiative. But Fnatic, you may think that they're actually on the attack here because they're making a quick move, taking that A main control right as Sentinels work their way through mid.
Spike's down here, so it's going to be a touch and go play. Picked up on the other side by Dapper as he comes around to see what happens. Beautiful tripwire by Magnum to start it off. And it looks like the defense pays off, but Tens answers back quick.
Yeah, the trade's coming through here as site control is being vied for, and Boaster is in a lot of trouble. Will get taken down by Sick, and Sentinels have pulled away with this control now. The wall going up onto spawn will deny any entry for Fnatic, so we'll get Doma and Durka making their way across to B Heaven. There's no real opportunity to go anywhere else at this point. They're just
Iya,
going
aku sih
to
dari
send it
second
with
up.
the dash. Durka with a nice
Wow.
opening, but needs 2 more to go. It's going to be difficult to find those. It's now just Doma with the Ghost. Sentinels will be toying with Durka, and
Kaya bakal
Fnatic's going
mati
to finish
itu
things off.
kurang darahnya.
The opening pistol
Ternyata
round
tidak.
will be won by Sentinels.
Double peek there real quick to get the finishing kill. Sentinels doing a quick top side strat up to the B Heaven area, straight through the gut, up mid. And then it was a late garage hit. It kind of it looked like they allowed Fnatic to think nothing else was happening there. And then you saw everybody from garage with Dapper come out as they picked up the spike. So a bit of a read, delay, and then hit. Looks like they wanted B the whole time. And Fnatic was coming up really nice there on the retake as they dove back into the site. We'll see if they can grab it again. Durka is not going for the Marshall. Then again, Dan, you mess up your economy on split and it starts to go very bad.
Yeah, and once again, we're getting this focus from Fnatic on A main, and this is something I think we can think about going into their defense, that they pressure this so much. Sentinels seem naturally also to just hold towards mid and B main for their defaults, even though they're playing an anti-eco right now. I think it will be something to focus on. Fnatic, you know, they will be picked off one by one here. They are just on pistols. And they did manage to gain the orb on A main, so that's a small victory. Frag would be nice too.
Yeah, making this round a little bit safer for themselves as Dapper is able to see the rotation coming from more than one. They can assume that's where B Heaven is going to get the action, as Durka's just waiting for some frags to come through. They would love to be able to knock some armor off, or at least get those guns dropped out of the hands of Sentinels, but it will not happen. Tens picks up a 4K, an extra 800 credits for him. Round 3 now, so we'll see what Fnatic can do to pick up these weapons, if they continue to play aggressive and look for that info, or if they go for a info denial game here to start reading what Sentinels wants to do. That's where I think Boaster becomes the most effective, is when it slows down a little bit and they can start making those mid-round adaptations. I think that's why we see Fnatic so good on attack on most maps, is because of their mid-round adaptations. When you're on defense, you're made to react to whatever your attackers are doing. You don't really have a chance to adapt. You're just here. We'll see what they can do, Dan.
Yeah, you can see off the bat, Fnatic wanted to take control of B main. They got denied by Sentinels out of utility, but they're still trying to force the issue. Beautiful swing from Doma, takes down Sick, and that's a huge win early on for Fnatic, as they now have that B main control. They'll give it up straight away, but that's largely because they have a 5v4 advantage here.
Sick is a big part of taking B for Sentinels or any team, honestly, to have your Sage there to put up the wall, make sure you can slow everybody coming in. And we'll see what Sentinels can do now. Fnatic doing a great job of just holding, not giving any info. A quick Trailblazer out towards mid, and they hold it off. I love the positioning as well of all the Astra utility coming in from the side of Boaster. Just making sure if they do lose ground of anything, right on the zip line coming through vents, they can quickly either concuss that or smoke it out and give a pause to Sentinel's strategy. Here we go up towards Heaven. It looks like it's going to be the execute.
Shazam able to take down Mystic. Magnum, though, below, might be able to get a few here. Good position. Tens with the stats, causing problems.
Nice.
Well, Magnum still gets 2 out of that, so still a good advantage there for Fnatic in the 3v2. Time is really on Sentinels now. They've got to plant the spike. You can see Shazam's going to give up that spike there, leaving it up to Dapper. 2 more to find, though, and 10 seconds to get the spike. He doesn't have time to really mess around here. Has to push the issue quite quickly. He's going to just drop or swap out the weapon so he gets more ammo, but he's not in a winnable position here. Fnatic played it very well, and there we go. Fnatic pick up their first round.
That's huge for Fnatic, because they are, as they said themselves, a momentum-based team, so be able to start swinging early is going to help them out a lot here. I think this also gives a little bit of agency to what Durka will be able to do if he can start building money, play a little bit more rambunctious around the map, as his style loves it, and start picking up the first bloods that Fnatic knows he can be grabbing. Getting the first deaths in there, we saw it being a problem for the first Sentinels versus Fnatic matchup, but Durka still an opening for the team to continue to work these rounds. It'd be good to have him up and running. And Tens puts that to sleep right away, coming into round 4.
Powerful maneuvers here from Tens, taking control towards upper straight away. Sentinels, though, you know, they are defaulting here, so this is just extreme amounts of pressure on the defense. You can see on the minimap the rotation that's come through here for Fnatic. They have to respect this, and because of that, Shazam's able to get a backstab, sneaking through ropes. And Tens is going to try to capitalize here, pulls out the showstopper, looking for those defenders. Oh, he's actually missed both right below him. And that might give an opportunity here for Fnatic to hold on to this A site. They still have Mystic in position on elbow.
Sentinels getting a little too crazy there. Just reacting off of thinking they had Fnatic dead to rights. Fnatic never dead to rights. You have to realize that. They're here for a reason, and they're ready to play. Trying to pull this one back into their favor now. Magnum with the Spectre versus 2.
Yeah,
such great movement there from both Sentinels players. Now, that really does put Mystic in a difficult position.
30 seconds left.
Fnatic, or rather, sorry, Sentinels will make that movement towards that B site.
Kalau tuh kayak gitu nggak ini apa? Nggak ada kayak skillnya
There's not
gitu
a lot
kayak
of great
apa
options
skill
here,
maksudnya ada
in
kayak
fact,
dia
think
buat
just the
gaya
options
gitu
you
nggak
can
sih?
describe as great for Mystic at the moment. And Sentinels are just going to double up at the back of the site, creating a double elevation on the peak. So this double peak should be somewhat impossible for Mystic to deal with. Oh.
Hot foot for Zams, just a tiny bit. He felt it for a second. This is going to be tough. Mystic's going to have a hell of a transfer here. If he does hit it, he might have the angle on one.
Dapat satu.
And Sick needed to come up.
Sesuatu yang worth it sih.
They were
Dapat
waiting,
satu
and
gitu. Satu tukar satu tuh worth it sih.
Bit of a
Posisi
scrap
defend
around
gitu.
there as they kind of
Mau
let
dia mati
loose.
udah gitu.
And Fnatic
Penting aman.
noticed that. Instantly backed themselves out, knowing what would be next was that Raze ultimate. So really heady play by Boaster to just instantly make distance after. They were like, whoa, wait, this is all a little too crazy.
And it's Valorant's such a fast game as well that we haven't really had an opportunity to talk about the reason why Tens picking Raze is such an awesome pick for a map like Split. And there won't be any time right now either because we have the initial setup here on Game from both teams. And that Ice Orb, it's so high value in the sense of that 100 credits just allows you to just prevent the other team from making any aggressive moves. So you just win that control straight away.
Crossfire, be Garage. Spike still playing slow for Sentinels here. The chess game still begins before that execution between Boaster and Shazam here. The minds bringing these two teams to grand finals along with the star power that is the rest of both of these rosters. So Bladestorm is up. We have Rez there for Sick and 3 ultimates on the side of Fanatics for a little bit of defense here to push them out. I wonder if Mystic decides to fire one off, or they're just going to see if the round becomes worth enough to commit those ultimates.
Oh, on the bait there, they're actually going to try to punish Shazam, but they go into the firing squad of Sentinels here. That's pretty awesome. Fnatic just massively baited there for the Prime Gaming Flawless for Sentinels.
I think that was the round of the entire tournament with the least vision kills. There's just a whole lot of spamming through that smoke there. It works though. Kind of one of those rounds where you play against the opponent just face first. And honestly, if one person was in mid there, they take it down, they get a Phantom, and they run with it. But it was a family photo from Sentinels.
I just spammed 3.
They even know. Like, I spammed 3. I used up all my luck.
Well, I'm curious if luck will change it for Fnatic. We've got the operator in the hands of Durka. Now, the Boombot will get sent forward. There's lots of players here. Nice shot!
There it is.
What a response there. Down to 10 HP. The regrowth will heal him up though. And that's going to burn the res. Still, you know, a good pick. Good to get that res out of the picture early on. And Durka repositioning to the upper areas here of the B site on those rafters. And
hilang ini, hilang shoot jadi.
And
Hardy and
going to make noise towards Rose.
Sama hilang shoot sih.
That would be a dirty Viper bite. Mystic holding it ever so slowly. You can see the cam being held by Magnum on the other side, so they don't have to do too much movement on A just yet. Shazam is waiting to hit A. I think they still toy with B and then jump right back through the vents again here. Let's see how they play it.
Yeah, the wall goes up, they go back towards the A heaven position. 40 seconds to go. We'll get that Cosmic Divide there. That's definitely going to certainly convince Fnatic what's going on. Magnum in this upper position is absolutely key. Trying to find a way to punish here.
Do they go back?
It's a possibility, but there is a lurk through mid as well. If they are to go back, They may walk straight
Bong,
into
bong.
Boaster.
Nice.
Oh, and there goes the swing from Magnum. Doma's here as well. On 8 Heaven, trying to hold on to this position. The
sayang
trades
banget.
come through. Neural Theft gets used as well to find out all of the remaining positions of Fnatic, and the spike is planted. So that really does put Sentinels in a really good position here. They know exactly where all of these defenders are coming from on this retake.
The op makes it a little bit harder here. Okay, goes for the Phantom, actually picks that up. Now they're 3 strong with rifles to come back through. Bladestorm's there.
Bisa ngawan
Viper's
sih,
Pit is not
ngatain sih
something they can really
GG.
put to use in this, but remember, this was one of those rounds that we have guns
mati.
being picked up here.
And this is a
And
pretty
Fnatic
good
to be able
job.
to make use of it.
Nice, Mystic.
Yeah, it's down to Mystic. Oh my goodness, Mystic's doing a good job.
Yeah.
Sam's got the position for the punish, and there's no
Mystic.
time.
Kecepatan timingnya.
That was a good effort, though.
Timing itu mau kena
Definitely
timing.
got an extra kill too than I didn't expect, but still,
Yeah.
you know, 5-1 for
Padahal kalau
Sentinels,
dia
they're
tadi
still storming ahead at this point.
defuse itu dapat lagi itu bisa.
Also another big round that the operator was there for the side of Fnatic. That goes down. That was saved up. Like I said, we usually do Dirk on the Marshall. He didn't go for that. Fnatic wanted the operator, got a great kill with it in the beginning of the round. And then Sentinels knew, all right, well,
Tuh, ada
they
di
have
mana,
op,
Mungkin?
we can play alts, we can play with the Cosmic Divide, and then hit something very
tempat
close,
ada di mana?
very fast, right when they got in the vents. Fnatic here, back onto Sheriff. The Spectre there for Magnum. The ults are mounting,
Nice.
however, and Durka as well. He is just starting to come up with big plays. As he comes online, this is going to be a much, much closer match.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start. You got that Blade Storm. Magnum is a Spectre. There's a couple of Sheriffs in the mix. This is very dangerous now for Sentinels. Lost the player, so they would really want to start to think about how to regroup here. But we have a B main info play from Fnatic. So Fnatic are putting the pieces together as to where Sentinels surely should be. They may not expect that Sentinels are still playing very, very passively, though. Moving back towards B. Oh, Magnum's going to use exactly what's coming right now.
Oh,
There's
yes.
Boaster
Nice.
with the Sheriff, finds the spike, and now it's just 2 players remaining here for Sentinels. They are in so much trouble, and with Doma here around the corner with the Sheriff. Oh, that was the chance. But still, Sentinels alive in this round.
I just love seeing the good play, Dan. Anybody can win this. The shots people are
Like
hitting, the
guys.
solo one-and-dones and almost getting 2. Zombs picks ones up there, but it's Magnum again, having a week for himself. Many have said it. They usually do not see this type of pressure, this type of potential out of Magnum. And he is firing on all cylinders for Fnatic come Masters Reykjavik. And now in the grand finals, it does not stop for him. Picks up that round for the team with a 3K and a Thrifty. Feels good.
Yeah, such an important round to pick up.
Ng
Really does
padagi coaching.
change things in terms of momentum, and you can see Durka here knows exactly what he has to do. That Blade Storm is like having almost a hero rifle on a round such as this, and you know, you've got to get that kill early. You've got to take the risk to do it, and that's another reason why Jet's so good as an agent. You have that dash, you can take extremely extended pushes, and with a weapon like that, with the Blade Storm, that's perfect. And Durka, you know, showing the value
Oh,
Yeah,
that he has on the team is
That's
so awesome to see. And now as we
Kalau
move
menang
forward,
ini.
there's a real chance for Fnatic to storm back into this one.
I love that nothing really stops Durka.
di
You know what I
dalam
mean? He'll have a
gitu.
round where he kind of gets hit up and he may have pressured a little too hard. You think, oh, he'll play timid next round. Nah, Blade Storm, straight up through the gut, goes down mid, takes
Technical pause.
back to safeties. Nothing makes him timid, and that's exactly what you need out of a duelist. And that's why Durka's a lot of the times on the top of the charts here for the side.
Technical
of
pause,
Fnatic.
guys.
And we will make sure we get through that, let you know what's going on in just a minute here as the teams get a chance to chat it out. So, looking at how this one's flowing, Sentinels from that attack side have been able to basically route Fnatic a few times, more so getting the frags before they're getting into sight. We did see the one time that they went up into heaven just a few rounds ago. They're using teammates. I believe it would have been Sick then that was first, as Dapper gives me the thumbs up. It would have been Sick that was first up into heaven. And we actually saw him only slowly committing to things. And if ever fully committing to something, the rest of Sentinels popped out of the woodwork. And that's when we saw them take that close left corner of heaven back. So they're using the teamwork and potential of each other's peaks
Ta ta ta
looks over
ta
their shoulders so well
ta.
when they are taking these sites that could just be somebody spamming 3 down. They're really being able to prevent that.
Baka sa YouTube ko ada musik. Apa dah itu? Musik dari ini.
Really enjoying how this about so far. I think, you know, Sentinels are leading with that confidence. And, you know, Fnatic, again, I'm not sure if this was mentioned because we've talked so much about this grand finals now, you know, on and off camera. I'm not sure if we
Wag
mentioned this
atep
off
yung.
camera, but just
Lang eh.
seeing the individuals of Fnatic in this matchup is going to be so extremely important.
Iya lang.
Durka is chief of those individuals. We need to see him having great performances to make this truly competitive against Sentinels. And
Sabar
one
ya.
extra element to add
Nah, dah
in
muncul
to
kan.
all of this is that this is a grand finals stage. This is to make history. Valorant is a game that is going to certainly have and grow over the years, and this is a magical point of its time where we're at the first international event ever. So your performance here will be remembered for the end of Valorant history until the end of time. You know, this is going to be etched into the tablets of Valorant history. So there's a lot of pressure on these players to perform for their regions, for themselves, for their teams, for the fans. And so, yeah, just making this point because Fnatic is a team that have to step up individually, and that kind of pressure makes it harder for individuals to perform. And in some cases, it makes it easier for the truly gifted competitors.
Yeah, I mean, all of them want to be here, but I think we heard
Post,
say it at one point, and you know, Sentinels players have said it.
Oh, technical post berarti ada yang ini, ada yang settingan yang bumasahe.
Coming in here, you know, it's how fast you can shake those off. As we're in this tech
Panas
pause,
juga
let's look at
ngetang
what
pasti
split
yo,
means
main
to
kayak
both
gitu
teams
naman.
here. Just to kind of set the pace, set the story.
Makan deh.
Because yes, Sentinels are ahead, but Sentinels
Ngambil ya
do have
guys.
a pretty decent attack rate, 57% attack win rate here. Their defensive side is also quite strong, but attack is where Fnatic loves to get their percentage in winning, get their advantage. So seeing them kind of falter a little bit on defense to Sentinels makes a bit of sense here. But once Fnatic gets onto attack, then we're definitely going, obviously they have to get the rounds back. I think though we're going to see that aggression that Fnatic were used to, as I was talking before, the round adaptation where they quickly flip the switch depending on what's going on. A lot of times Fnatic strat will be search a site, Durka tags, they get info, and then they'll finally hit something. But they're so good when an ult pops up. Something else happens, and calling an audible to just quickly hit a strat. It's really hard to see in the moment until you VOD review them, but the in-the-moment decisions Fnatic makes on attack are one of the reasons they're such a strong team.
And, you know, one thing that Sentinels, I think, have been doing really well to sort of counter these kinds of things over the course of this tournament is they you know, as Shazam does so much study, you know, it allows them to play more passively because they are able to get more from the small amounts of info that they do get when they're playing passively. Because if you're passive, you're not out there pushing the extremities, pushing for information as much. And so, you know, you're without that info. So it means that you need to really know what, you know, these small audibles are and so on and so forth. Like what that really means if you're playing passively. And that's something that Sentinels are doing really effectively. And that does definitely come from their ability to have more prep against their opponents, as well as just having the right kind of minds on the team to do that. I think one thing that I'm going to be really curious about as we continue this matchup, Riv, is that, you know, so far Fnatic haven't really been able to do too much with the early control that they get. They're trying to get early control of B main and A main, and A main seems pretty easy for Fnatic to get because Sentinels are not really defaulting out there at this point in time. But at the same time, Sentinels are playing so slow that Fnatic can't really rotate off of the info they get really early on. So it kind of discourages Fnatic from doing it, because what they're doing is now spending utility and taking risks to get information that's not really valuable. And so that's a bad investment. So what's happening is that Sentinels are playing so passive that they should condition Fnatic to stop doing that. And then that allows Sentinels to have more free reign when they start, you know, jacking up the pacing in their own game. So this is an interesting kind of first dynamic strategically that we're seeing.
Yeah, I love you bringing up the slow play, because it does seem like, you know, you're talking about Fnatic grabbing this space, being able to get locations. And that honestly is one of my favorite things, when you're grabbing info. But if the attackers are info denying and they're not moving, and 5 of them are sitting inside the vent area, and you know it's Sentinels, so you don't really feel like pushing a large flank, you feel
Dan dia tuh
uncomfortable
layak gitu,
about that space
bukan
you've taken. You're like,
kameranya.
is this space giving me correct information now? And it almost nullifies the fact that you've taken that space unless more is taken and
Lucu
figured
gak sih?
out in the
Kayak
entire situation and
respon
triage
normal
to
kita
figure
kalau
out
misalnya
what is
ada orang
actually going
ngekamera.
down. So
Terus
yeah, the
kita ada
slow play I think
monitornya
is
nih. Kita
really
ngeliat
affecting
monitornya
that
cuy,
forward
bukan ngeliat
space the Fnatic is
kameranya.
taking to just round out that thought. And Fnatic
Aneh
is
gak
kind of
sih?
reconsidering if that space has been good
Kok
to
banyak
take or
nge-follow
not.
aku bang tiba-tiba.
Opening kills from Sentinels have been able to put them on the board a few times here. And they do have quite a good score for themselves to start off. I forgot it now since they've been in tech boss.
I want to say
But
like
Sentinels in the lead.
I want to say like 6-2 or something, 6-3. Yeah, I'm with you there.
There you
It's
go.
like
There
I'm
you
so
go.
like in the kind of round by rounds that I'm not actually tuned into the scoring now. But yeah, it's.
So I think
it's,
it is-
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I will. Talking about the compositions, I think it was interesting to see Fnatic switch off. I think 100% of the people figured Fnatic would not go for the triple duelist composition. And looking back at challengers, you know, when they played it in the finals, I was like, this is wild. Triple duelist at like end game of a game 5, but they had played that before against Liquid and won. So it wasn't that wild. So you're like, all right, wow, how much does Fnatic, you know, stretch the box? Where do they go outside the box? Here, back to a lot of utility that the teams have been focusing. You get the chance for resets with things like Sage or with Sky, and you can really play to a different type of game. It is a bit slower. So here, we'll see if it works for them. They do get that split game first, chosen by Sentinels. They get their bind next, though. That man right there, lying back with a snarl, going to bind next.
And just as a quick update as well, for the reason with the delay right now is that we have a player that has encountered an issue with his mouse. So the match is anticipated to resume briefly, so stay with us. Here are the grand finals, the Masters 2. And you know, you're talking about compositions, and you know, one quick thing I wanted to point out is that builds into the points we were making about Sentinels playing more slowly, on this attack especially, is that Tens on that Raze with the Boombot has so much area control as well as answers for the close corners and kind of 50-50 corners that a map like Split presents more so than other maps. Raze is such a good agent in a lot of different scenarios, but particularly in the kind of close and medium ranges of Split. You can play a lot slower. You know, the Showstopper is really good at clearing out corners and entering into these areas. The Satchels as well, of course, are really great for entry, but the Boombot in terms of that early and mid-round control is huge, because it means that Tens can show a lot of presence without really having to really necessarily be there. And that exchange, I think, is strategically, you know, really plays into what we were discussing in terms of Sentinel's approach on the attack, which is just to play really slow, play for control, and to get a better exchange out of that utility.
Yeah, for Raze as well, it just seems like she has such good flight paths. You know, the trajectory she can hit, the places she can get, the elevation she can start on. Split is just a playground for her. So it seems pretty cool that we do get her back in the mix for this. Still waiting on for these players to get ready and back in. Looking at what I was saying earlier about how Fnatic used mid-round adaptations really good. I don't want to leave people hanging on that because it's really easy to say things. That situation happens quite a bit with how they decide to move with the spike. At the last moment, you'll see them on Icebox. They did it twice, where it was Mystic and Doma that were dropping the spike to each other on B long. And they dropped it to Doma, and Doma said, it kind of just figured out the thought. It was Doma was like, no, wait, take the spike back, Mystic. This was the round where Doma put his wall down at B Icebox and then got on top of it and pushed. Whereas before, the strat for them was, that's Doma planting with his wall, and Mystic just stays back. So they literally just, they probably run it before, but you'll see them dropping the spike to each other, quick thought, instant hits. They did it again on that Icebox match to the other side of the map, where Mystic picked up 3 all points quick, but the spike was dropped to him immediately after Doma went down to get the spike. They're very quick on their feet with those decisions that I think on attack puts them ahead of most teams here at the tournament.
And I love that you're kind of bringing Fnatic to light a little bit here, because, you know, whilst we have our crew, you know, resolving the issues on the ground, let's get to know Fnatic a little bit more.
Aduh, ragu lagi. Sorry dah. Ada lagunya serem cuy. Kita kecilin lagi deh layarnya. Tak tak teng 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 tak teng 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 tak tak teng tak teng teng tak teng 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 tak teng teng tak. Mungkin habis apa nih? Nanti pas pas sudah selesai gamenya, kan aku izin makan dulu. Lapar guys. Dah? Oh, masih technical pause.
It's certainly great to get to know Fnatic a little bit more. You know,
Yeah.
I think you were just talking about some of their playstyles, and I think the Sentinels players. I feel like the NA region in general has had so much coverage, and some of these players are a lot more known due to their background coming from Counter-Strike. Even looking at one of those on stream right now, Sick, for example. Shazam is a huge name coming from Counter-Strike, so it's good to get more light on Fnatic and their players, given the fact that they are pretty damn good, and I think that they are going to be hanging out on this level for a long time to come.
They will. And the firepower they added there, Boaster was talking about a few, was Magnum and Durka that joined a few days before qualifiers. So they've literally been able to slot into the team. It was like a double tens, if you will, for Fnatic there. And both of these teams saw that trajectory after a change all the way through Masters 2. Dominating team, powerhouse squads, and able to do it in different ways without teams figuring them out. And I think that's also one of the impressive things. It is at the end of a tournament, you are still being fresh. You're still not allowing your opponents to do enough homework to shut you down. And a lot of this game so far has come down to firepower. We haven't really seen the utility attacks too much as we're just getting into our first round of ultimates. They're going to be coming up for people that didn't get them early. So we're seeing both teams now. I think the game could start to flow a little bit more evenly. But Sentinels currently up here as we get this mouse issue fixed up as they verse Fnatic in the grand finals. Our first map here on Split. We'll be going to Bind next.
And this is definitely a map that's the comfort pick for Sentinels in this
Lama
series.
juga
It's a map
technical
that,
pause-nya.
we would expect Sentinels to win and for Fnatic to lose. So it should only be alarm bells really if this man
Let the
is
man
able
go
to lead his troops to success on this map. So I think having even like a competitive scoreline, they're going to feel very good even if they drop this map, Fnatic, because they know that they have the best to come in this series after.
Yes. People use the term national treasure. Boaster is a global treasure. He really is. Just the world thanks Boaster for being Boaster.
Yeah. He's got such an energy to him. It's really cool to see. I forget who made this point. I think I actually heard this on Shao's stream the other day. I think it was maybe the old boys club from Counter-Strike days. They were kicking it there, and they were just talking about how awesome it is to see in this first LAN event, like how much great energy we have from the players, coming out here and dancing around on stage and having celebrations. There's just, it's really cool to see that personality straight from the get-go, and that's what esports needs, man.
It does, because you know what? Well, a beautiful rivalry is being created here between the teams. You get those little integral rivalries between everybody. Like, who's gonna dance better? Bolster or Potty Fan? You know? Who's gonna be better at that? It's so amazing. I love it. And then you have Shazam and Bolster with that underlying IGL. Oh. Well, I still going scissors. Oh my word. Tens goes from duelist to support. Of course he loses. Come on. You can't just duelist 3 times in a row and then go for a rock support, man. All right, whatever. But players are wheeling and dealing throughout this tech pause as we get the mouse figured out. Is there a mouse in the? Is there a mouse in the house? A mouse issue? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we'll get back on here. I apologize to all the viewers out there, and thank you so much for your patience.
Definitely. Yeah, this is one of those things about, I mean, you know, we've wanted LAN for a long time, and, you know, it's actually really funny, I think. So, oh God, it's been so long now, but I used to reference when we would have any tech issues on LAN, I would reference this speech that Tasteless used to make many years ago. I think he called it like the vehicle of technology speech or something like that, that he came up with, where he was basically saying, you know, part of LAN is that there's a lot of, you know, moving pieces and there's a lot of tech going on. So sometimes you're going to have a delay, and just, you know, it is what it is. And the interesting thing here as well is that we haven't had LAN in so long, you know? So
True.
It's just, I'm just so happy that we have LAN right now.
I am. But these damn peripherals forgot how to work. They haven't been used on LAN in so long. Keyboard's like, what is this atmosphere? No, but yeah, I hear you. It's true. It's true. There's a lot of moving pieces and
lama
a lot of
banget.
respect and ups to
Aku
everybody.
pengen makan, nanti pas sudah technical pause-nya selesai.
Because
Pas
it's
aku udah
usually
mau
easy to
makan,
forget
nanti
that it's
technical
working
pause-nya
flawlessly
selesai.
the way it is.
Ngeselin gak sih?
Looking at some of these, we talked about Durka being a huge focus. The Fnatic is really strong once they're moving and they adapt the mid round. I think one of the things we also have to look at for Sentinels here, we're going to be tossing to AD, but maybe just thought they can carry unless they have their own, is, you know, that Sentinels upper bracket has allowed them to go through without showing split or ascent, and they have kind of what's going to happen on these maps. So that is too good map for Sentinels. AD, take it away with this hot segue.
Nailed it. Truly nailed it. So sorry about that, DDK and Riv. I had to get my smoke in order.
Kita play lagi lagunya. Lama juga ternyata. Sempatkah aku ambil makan? Sudahkah? Sudahkah? Masih belum ternyata. Hilang ya aku dari kamera. Ya. Udah, udah. Oh, udah ding.
Well, the thing is, they throw that Viper's Pit down, and you're almost guaranteed to have
Asa,
somebody walk
Jet.
over to Shazam in mid. They're not going to fully commit towards A, so you're already kind of dictating how the map is going to work
Let's go.
from that side of Fnatic. However, Shazam hits that shot as they come across, so Fnatic able to dictate it, but Shazam says, I'll get that first shot anyways.
Yeah, nice pick of the camera there, and Sentinels now looking to barrel through B main to find their way into that site. Fnatic are on B heaven at the moment, trying to do what they can to defend this, and the suck there on tens, almost getting him in trouble. Magnum going close, Magnum's in trouble, it's going to find
Nice.
Shazam. No trade able to be had there behind the wall. Sentinels still, though, winning the sites, doing the damage they need to, but Magnum still has some site control himself here for Fnatic. Still with the swing and another win from Magnum. How is he causing so many issues here? Sentinels, they're really stuck at the back of the site with not too many much space to work with.
Ooh.
Nice with Shazam there on the knives, able to take down Magnum. Finally, the Sentinels are closing the distance, but now it's on Sick to try to save this one. And there comes the play around the poison orb from Boaster. Wow, what a beautiful hold. Magnum is a beast.
What a fantastic round. Magnum there as well got a little one-way that he almost was using, but he said, no, hide more, just be pressure.
Oh,
Because
nyari
as soon as
ini,
Magnum
nyari
started getting
operator.
kills and there'd be a
Kenapa
call out
nggak
from
kepikiran kayak
Sentinels,
gitu?
you almost have to figure out where Magnum would be at that time. And then Magnum again hides. And then he creates presence and he hides. But he's hiding basically in plain sight right around the corner. So he created so much pressure there. Boaster and Doma here able to finish the round. Fnatic played that so smart. It was actually a chess game inside
Tuh
these.
monitor sih.
Yeah, and that's a quick
Dekat
technical point is,
banget.
having the wall there from B main to the site gives the defenders a lot of space that they can defend from. So that's a huge downside of that ice wall. But moving into this next round, the gravity world making life a little bit more difficult here for Sentinels on their way in. But the cage is going to prevent Durka from getting any picks. They're going to run straight into the site, and there's nobody here. It's a free site, but can Durka hold on?
Great damage there. Shazam finishes him after the dash forward, and it's a trade back and forth, 4v4 on the post plant.
It gets a little bit quiet here for a moment as we can see Fnatic trying to coordinate all through screens pretty much. Magnum will come through on the Lonesome out of heaven, but the rest through elbow. Sick is ready with the Sheriff, takes down Boaster, and is up to Mystic now to try to get that trade. The flash comes in though, and Sick is still alive. Backside, the flashes keep on coming, but so does Sick with that Sheriff. Pulls out the Phantom now, looking for the next battle. Out comes the Sheriff. This is so labored here for Sick. He's got to get around to the spike, but Magnum has just enough time on the defuse. Fnatic pick it up. Great retake from them to bring it to 4 against Sentinels 5.
Fnatic's retakes here are so much stronger. We're seeing this time around.
Wah,
I'm recalling
GIGABYTE
Haven, where they were having
kah?
a bit of trouble continuously getting into each site, then holding. The post plants are just really, really theirs this time. 4 to 5, and they are starting to find their groove now. The rounds they needed allow Durka and the rest of the team to continue to buy full util here after a
Tim
bit of a
Fed.
mishap. So here, these rounds are big. Remember, we said
Full buy
Fnatic's probably
tree.
going to get most of the
Masama
rounds
full
on
buy.
attack, so it is great that they can start picking these up.
Oh wow, Shazam getting a pick very early on here. Now the question is, what is the response from Fnatic? You can't really take a loss that early on lying down, but I mean, Tens is going to force the issue, goes through, actually kills himself with a showstopper as well as the Doma. And now it's a 3v3, Magnum's holding on to B Heaven. Sentinels might want to try to reset the situation here, especially after that neural theft. We might see Sentinels slow this one down, but Shazam's still pressing, and he will find the kill.
The double neural theft. The one actually played off of the blips there. You can see how it became the upper hand for Dapper. And now Durka looking to save this operator. It should be decent money still for Fnatic, depending on how much they went in on econ and utility from round to round if they had to rebuy. It could just be a sheriff round for them again. But it is going to bring us up to round 11 after this one. 5 to 4 so far. And again, we got a round for round. And this is what happened last time, Dan, is in Icebox and Haven, when we got these maps between these two teams. Or sorry, the previous maps, it was round for round, 13-11 and 13-10 were your scores. And I think we're going to get a very similar series here.
Yeah, definitely. This is a great matchup, and this is, you know, it honestly feels like a pretty good start for both teams at the moment. Again, just recognizing that this should on paper be a stronger map for Sentinels. Sentinels on paper should be winning this one. You know, and the series is going to be close, even with that happening. And we get, you know, we see that opening there. That's how he's able to get the pick onto Mystic. Beautiful dash up drop timing. And look how quickly Sentinels also just moved after that pick. They definitely didn't want any time for Fnatic to regroup there.
So always this A wall. Mystic stays true to that, making sure the A retake can always be thwarted or kind of slowed down if they are heavy rotating somewhere else. It looks like they aren't paying attention to mid anymore for Sentinels. They say trap the vent area. We want to be able to focus on sites 3-2, and we don't want to worry about mid until something happens there. So kind of left that open to strengthen the sites a little bit more on the side of Fnatic's defense now.
And I have to say, Rib, I love what Fnatic are doing right now. They're just holding B main. They can give up B Heaven completely.
Yep.
And if there was a rotation back to B main for Sentinels, Durka's going to get picked with the operator. So this is a really cool adaptation from Fnatic, a mix-up. And Sentinels might not be ready for this.
I mean, it allows them to info deny more. And this is what we talked about before, as we said, this is where Fnatic wanted to grab space. Well, now they can allow the space they don't have to just rest. They don't have to worry and feel like they aren't getting a return on the information they're getting. So now it is up to Sentinels to make the next move. This is where Sentinels would be getting information in the previous rounds. Now they're forced to walk forward. They do get a wall, so they're stopped in their tracks. But that's not really much info, or they put up a wall, I should say. So you will get a reaction there from Fnatic to start.
They heard Durka shoot in B main as well, so they've cut noise. I think they want Durka to rotate. In they go through to B main now. After that long delay, Sentinels trying to remove Fnatic from position, but all they have is position right now. Boaster drops down into Dapper. He's got basically no time to plant this spike. Given that it's up here, up the rope, I mean, he might have just enough time here, but they are going to spring on top of it.
Gonna have to peek shoot.
Dapper find a way to make this one work. Magnum will put him out of his misery. And Fnatic will clinch the round. Beautiful hold from them. Didn't bite that long delay from Sentinels.
Really great. And Boaster here. I feel like Roaster. This guy just roasting everybody that comes around. 5 in at that spot, down to 1 HP, gets 3. And I love the way that Fnatic played the final kill against Dapper as he came around. If both of them peek, that's the collapse. That's the lineup. Except Mystic was like, you peek, Magnum, you have a judge, go do that. That's cool, fine. And they play it that way. Fnatic goes ahead, grabs up whatever rifles they can, feeling even better now as they start a bit of a bankroll here and possibly tie up the first half versus Sentinels.
And a cage up there will get Sentinels looking to shove all in, it would appear, towards this A
Big
side.
divide.
Cosmic divide comes through, and
Nobar,
Sentinels
duduk
looking to get
penghalang
some
ini
kills.
vision. Kagak kelihatan apa-apa lagi.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to provoke a reaction and try to get kills.
Right.
And interestingly, there's 2 players on the site here, and Mystic's somewhat alone in Heaven. So there might be the opportunity to spring onto that position and take Heaven control, and then things will get very weird. Then Sentinels would have the option to rotate through mid.
So the Cosmic Divide is down from both sides there. Durka opens up on Shazam for the Jet on Jet. And 45 seconds left in this round means A is most likely going to be the full commit here.
Ya kena.
And Fnatic is absolutely ready for it. Already set up, sees the stars coming through. Here comes Shazam. It's going to be the 5v5.
I like.
Oh, and he actually pops the knives as well, Shazam. Oh, over the toxic screen! Shazam's doing damage, takes down Doma,
Wow.
and Six also able to get rid of Mystic from A Heaven, so this is a good effort right now from Sentinels. They're pulling ahead in this one. Fnatic are struggling, it's down to Boaster, and he is not going to be able to deny the plant the spike. This is a very difficult position for Boaster. Sentinels not with the greatest economy going into this round, but finding a way to make it work. Boaster in this 1v3 needs to be totally on top of every single shot.
Siya nggak dia kata
And
hindi ako.
Sentinels are
Harusnya sih
disciplined
enggak sih.
and methodical.
Secara logika.
Look at, you hear the jump in the back? Little distraction jumps. Playing mind games over there. I mean, it's not much of a round for Fnatic to try and grab that. I mean, they're not going to be able to, rather. It would be
that's what
very
it's like.
tough. Boaster would have to hit all 1 taps there. So Sentinel's just jumping around to give him something extra to think about in the moment. Great back and forth. So you see there, Sentinels as well are ready to initiate with something that heavy just to take position, just to read how their opponents will move. Cosmic Divides faded before the site take even happened on both sides. It was just about grabbing ramp, understanding the rotation, and then after you get that information, then running your execution for the side of Sentinels. Fnatic 5 here to Sentinel 7 as we get into the second half. What a first half by both teams. Easily could have been a 6-6 as we just saw, and we'll see how this works out. A bit of a default here from the side of Fnatic as they start off.
And wall going up immediately there. Does take a while to deal with those pistols. Sick just slowing things down, and this is a win for Fnatic early on. Sick burning all of this Sage util. Very quiet here as we have Fnatic slowly ambling their way up middle.
Little noise, poison orb out, so they have full control over what would be vent side now. They can decide to hang out here. Only 3 towards mid though. You can see how much Fnatic are saying, Sentinels loves to push, or at least have 1 push. You still have Boaster on one side, Doma all the way on the other. So the intention there is to try and read Sentinels' aggression here right off the rip. And it doesn't look like they're going to give too much. Info denial pretty much from both sides here towards the middle of the round with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to have to be that B push coming through now here for Fnatic, surely. But actually, no, they're going to fake it. And Sentinels are pretty ready for this. They have 3 players. Or players ready on the side to defend. In comes the gravity well as well. That's a perfect timing to slow things down. That very well tees up Shazam for that frag. Fnatic are going to just try to barrel onto the side, but Six still elbow is immovable from that position. And Sentinels, they're going to be pulling ahead on this one. Fnatic can't find the finish they were looking for. And this is what we talked about earlier, Riv, too. You know, Sentinels are so good at playing passively on their defense.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to play against.
What? Literally shooting on point when the next shot could come back up, hitting it just before finding that kind of rock you get from landing back and forth. Wow, that was something else from Sick. Quick slow, strat shut down, and he just says, I'm throwing it out anyways. So they know they'll have to figure out if it's going to be the Sheriff and regular save. They do hear a few Sheriffs out there, DDK, so 10s Well, he tries to figure out more of what's going on. It's going to be the util combo. Nobody oh, shot in the face. Almost fell prey to a paint shell there.
Yeah, another reason, you know, we know that Raze is so good. Just paint shells, really excellent at pushing people back or middle.
I mean, there is quite a gray to split. It needs some paint. Here we go. We're going on to A. Let's see what Fnatic have.
Yeah, Zom's there, elbow. Actually in a somewhat scary position. Tens will come through to lend him a hand, though. And looks like he'll be cleaned up quite effectively here. 2 players lost. That's actually, I think...
Oh,
Boaster,
great
hello.
job.
A 3rd frag found from Boaster. On that Sakura classic. But
Ditunggu.
will take him down. But 3 kills, I think, that's more than you could have expected
Nice,
from
nice.
Fnatic.
That's a big hit on the money over on the side of Sentinels, especially the way they like to play, trying to get Shazam an op pop, possibly. Maybe he won't here. I think Shazam shies from the op. As we see it a bit on the defensive side. We did see him do it on offense, but maybe they'll answer back-to-back here. So he goes for the judge, which makes me think he may have an op in the near future with going light buy-ish now to keep this for a few rounds if they can.
Fnatic going quick here towards this A site. The spray from Zombs is damn good. Oh man.
Halo yang nonton, enjoy ya.
Those
Kita
Astra
nobar
stars,
bareng,
though,
nobar bareng, nonton bareng-bareng.
being very effective here for Sentinels. Shazam's lurking with a judge. This seems very difficult, if I have to say, for Fnatic. They're getting pulled apart. Player by player here.
Oh, timingnya.
I'm gonna be able to find a couple
Banget
kills.
tapi gue
Mystic
juga
also chimes
udah
through.
kusebek. Oh,
has just
oke.
made
Apa nama channelnya?
himself a
Pas channel.
1v2.
Ntar ya.
Definitely
check.
quite doable with minutes to play with. He could, in theory, walk all the way back to B.
Di
That is a
di kompet
possibility
aku aja
here
deh.
for Mystic.
Wait.
Would have
Mystic
to cross
is-
though.
He's spiced up a few rounds, honestly. If we remember his
itu
Icebox
teh
round,
suka
the pistol he
subscribe ya.
clutched, the double pistol, and then defuse. He is great
betul
in
dari
these type
tandanya.
of situations. It's usually we're watching
Pats,
somebody else on the team like
Oh.
Durka or Doma or
That's
Magnum kind of flying around.
channel.
But the Quiet Viper, the info grabber here, Phantom in hand, definitely able to make this play as Mystic loves these kind of intense situations.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, using the orb to suggest that he's actually using the orb as a fake.
By the way, fotomu
And so
tuh
Sentinels
siapa ya? Gak kenal dah.
It's very smart from Mystic here.
Thank you udah
And now
subscribe, aku udah
possibly
subscribe
gotta have
baik
the right
juga.
timing, but
Thank
Zoms is
you,
gonna have that better timing.
Pats channel.
Finds Mystic. I think Mystic played that extremely well, but it will be the 10th round on the board here for Sentinels. A
Udah
mere
aku
3 away from
subscribe balik.
taking map 1. Expected map for Sentinels to bag
Suka
it
main
at
suka
the
main
beginning of this
Valorant
best
ya.
of 5
Aku sih
finals
nggak
against
ini sih.
Fnatic.
This was
Bukan
one of the
suka
ones,
main.
as we
Aku
said
penikmat
before, as we kind of just
Valorant.
recap
Karena
those maps
menurutku
out of
sekolah dikit
Challengers 2
nontonin.
all the way through. Split
Kalau
was
mainnya mah
played 10
cukup.
times by Sentinels with a
Gak
great
jago
win
main
rate on that, and only
Valorant.
3 times by Fnatic. So teams have practiced it and they've got themselves rounded. It's much different in the stage game,
Gak
and you're
kebantai
seeing the
juga.
comfortability of those 10 plays, of the consistent competitive testing that Sentinels was able to get here. Going through 10 to 5 now, as you said, Dan, and we're going to see another A strat coming now out of Fnatic.
Yeah, very fast push there up a ramp,
Ya kena.
pressuring A Heaven, taking that away from Sentinels. Boaster actually picking off Zoms here, so they have site control. Oh, Shazam sprays through the poison orb. That's going to slow down the spike plant. Sentinels being held at bay by this poison orb just for the moment. Just enough time to get that planted. Not really any
Kenapa
close
kusok nih gitu?
positioning here for
Keras-keras.
Fnatic. It's going to be a hard
Aku
hold.
doang apa?
That's
Keras-keras.
a good start there from Magnum indeed.
Nice
Viper's
Viper's
pit.
pick.
Sama tense.
What do they have? Can they throw a cam in there? If it's up, cam's not up for him, so we won't be able to use it just yet. It's kind of have to be the run and gun. Tens does have 2 blast packs and the judge if he wants to fly in. They find the right corner. The high walls of
Blind shot,
Valorant allow you to just kind of draw your cursor down the wall, find the angles, and that's exactly how they find that kill in the Viper's pit. Now into the site.
Nice start by Doma, though. Oh! 2 quick kills with that
Nice,
Sheriff, and now
Doma.
suddenly Dapper's without any time here. There's no time for him to actually do this one anymore, and they're just trying to get out of there. Dapper's going to at least try to make it hurt, but no, Mystic actually denies Dapper. Will go down, but he got the kill on Dapper. And that's Fnatic with the 6th round now, and that's a really impressive round to win.
Doma's Sheriff is something else. Oh my word. He continues to come up with this. Magnum as well with the sneaky sneak. Says, hello, thank you. Gets a peek once and says, nah, you don't even get a second chance. Another headshot. Wow. Doma wins that round for the team. That was absolutely huge for Fnatic.
And that kill from Bosa with the Frenzy, how does he outperform, I think, a Phantom or a Spectre, even a Spectre at that range? Really crazy that Fnatic won that round. And look what it's done to Sentinels. They're down to pistols here. It's just a bunch of Sheriffs themselves and a Frenzy. So we'll have to see if they can somehow thrifty this one. Shazam does have the Blade Storm. Couple knives out. Still looking for the kill. You'd want to see Shazam do what Durka did in the first half. Find that aggressive pick, dash away. That's what he's looking for. Two knives gone. Can he find it with the last one? Oh my god, it's this it's so intense. Shazam.
They don't want to give him to give me that back.
Everything.
Boaster says, push me. They're ready. So Boaster's saying, okay, we're playing with Shazam in mid. Everybody rotate deep back spawn all the way through where Magnum has been grabbing a bit of info. No push, no nothing. Might have heard those stars go down. You can see Divide gets put up towards the left side. This triggers what would be a B execute, but now they're about to hit A, and it's only going to be Zoms.
Zoms, though, he's actually able to take down somehow perfectly. Still 4v4 though, still a plant here coming through for Fnatic. Still Shazam with that one single knife. Is he able to get a headshot with it? That's the question. And refresh those knives. If so, there's a real opportunity here for sure. With that jet. Trying to get that info.
Like it. This is where all those days of watching Shazam in the range doing jumping 360 headshots with knights come into play right here.
Just needs that one frag. Oh! Did as well. The dash comes through. He's going to whip. Doesn't matter. In goes Shazam. Finds another. The updraft over the top here as he tries to find the... Oh my god, Shazam! He's making this one work. It's down to 6 now. But there's so little time here to get this defuse. 6 going to get the kill. But they're going to make that one truly hurt Shazam. Oh, how does he do it? How does he do it?
I don't know, but that's one of my favorite things about a round of Valorant is 2 teams can win. I think Shazam won there for himself and Fnatic won the round. Damn, it's so fun to watch these games, DDK. What an awesome play all around. Fnatic, however, bringing it back a little bit closer for themselves to make this a punch-for-punch first map split. 10-7 as they close that gap. The last 2 rounds have been Fnatic's. I said attack side would be strong for them. Let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, what Shazam did there ruined the economy of Fnatic. If Fnatic lose this round now, they're down to a save, so then that would have Sentinels effectively on 12 rounds. So that huge round here. We get an early Trailblazer actually sent through to B there for that information, also to suggest to Sentinels that there might be some aggression towards B. There's actually 2 players on B anchoring it, and only 1 on B Heaven. So no mid presence really at all here for Fnatic. Sorry, for Sentinels, I should say.
Right. Slowly walking it out, making sure nobody comes down at least. But that's about it. They will start to push up slightly. They want to grab a little vent control to make sure the rotation is theirs. Also, being pushed this far up as well, excuse me, for Zoms, you get a lot of info, a little audio cues, footsteps, people leaving A Heaven. It means a lot more. You don't always have to be shooting people. Your positioning on a map can just deliver you so much information. Now you also have Dapper in that situation event, and they're waiting to get this play. Shazam gets himself pinged out and found out.
30 seconds left.
He's going to be opping on that defensive side with the operator, though. Said he might shy away from it, but nope.
Oh my god. That's delaying so much. Those smokes, you can't really push those smokes. And they're going to have to go towards A here to try to sell this as a fake to at least try to make the entrance to be easier. And it might actually be the case here because Fnatic are going to get themselves across, but maybe Sick can deny the plant. There's no time here. There's no time. They've got to try to plant this one. The trade does come through.
Oh, they're going to get it.
Deny Sick. And indeed, with half a second remaining, they pick it up. And now Sentinels have to retake, but they do have this upper position. However, this lurk from Boaster could be everything. if he times it correctly. Can't be too quick, can't be too slow.
Oh, Boaster.
It's a delicate dance, and he's going to absolutely nail Shazam. One more player to go, and he can just try to pressure here, and then comes his teammate Doma in for the assist. And then that leaves it on Dapper. Dapper is not looking good from this spot. There's the tap, and Doma finishes him off. Fantastic defense there of that spike from Fnatic.
Was that round 18? Round 18? That,
Yep.
I am keeping that in my head. Holy Fnatic, literally in between Sentinels in their own defensive strategy. Look at Doma. What is this? That was orchestrated perfectly by Fnatic to just be waltzing around Sentinels defense, and they're still wondering what's going on. That is Fnatic turned on. The momentum is there. Let's see what they got here coming into round 19.
Yeah, we talked about how losing that round for Fnatic would break their economy. Well, the reverse has happened. Fnatic have broken Sentinel's economy, really. They're stuck on pretty crappy weapons, except Dapper, who does have the best gun in the game, of course, in the judge. But with that said, we'll see if he's able to use it here, because you know, Fnatic, what you would want to see from them is teams at all levels really should have an anti-eco, anti-force buy strategy that is specifically designed to deal with buys like this. So you maximize your own strength with the rifles and the superior utility and armor, and you minimize the strengths of your opponents, which is usually the numbers or playing close angles. Or these are the spots where they're going to get kills. So see Fnatic now looking close towards the other side. That is actually where the most defenders are at this point.
Coba rotasi kayaknya ke A.
Then Viper Wall off-site for what they want to do. Activating the smoke over on B
Fake strat
currently.
kah?
That's what Boaster just did. Activated the
Fake
Heaven
strat
Smoke as well
kah?
as they hit A with all those Astra Stars, and now Shazam's going to start him off.
Consider kayaknya, Cok.
That's a good start as well for Zoms, actually, as he's holding backside still. That's a spike down as well, so the true intentions cannot be questioned as the evidence is there. Magnum trying to wrap his way around. Dapper just causing problems. Still takes down Sick. Does not care about Dapper's cam shenanigans. And it's all up to Dapper, and he does not have the tool for the job. Boaster nails him, and that's the round for Fnatic.
Wah, gila si Magnum sama Boasternya sih.
That's 9 to 10. This is getting scary now for Sentinels.
Iya,
Absolutely, and this is
Berkenya
what we
jadi
said
ini
before.
juga
Boaster
di
said it, I repeated what he
jadi
said.
bot
We
fight
are a
bangke.
momentum-based team.
Tengah
And you can
carry
actually look at it off the
teman-temannya.
play we just watched. They run around the backside. Exactly. Sick goes, wait, what? He got hit with momentum. Yeah, they darted out a Fnatic player, but Fnatic knew exactly where the rest of the rebuttal would be from Sentinels, that they could run through the defense, and that momentum is giving them the agency to continue to control these rounds. Is it shut down, though, as Shazam with one shot there? Durga comes in, takes down Tens. Is it another? Yes!
Datangi dia
Durga
ke
just truly bloodthirsty there, charging his way forward. Another dash comes in to try to keep that pace high, taking that B side by force.
Kau dibikin
And
video tadi
Sentinels
pancak
don't have
itu
too much at the
momennya.
moment. They're regrouping, but Sick might be able to find something as these Fnatic players scurry into post-bomb
Mundur lagi
positions.
langsung.
Have to get the plant first though, and Sick is going to try to drop in as Dapper
Apa
also gets
stucknya
that
kan?
angle, but it will just be Dapper left standing there now. As Zoms replaces Sick's position perhaps up on this high ground. But again, there's so many Fnatic players here. Spike now just being planted. Dome is going to hear everything. Oh, the cam tag comes through, and Zoms will get traded out.
Nice.
Fnatic! It seems like they're doing it right here on Split right now, Riv. 10 to 10, they tie up the score.
Absolutely. The rounds coming in on the attack side. They're hitting Sentinels with the 2,900 buy loss credits right now. So Sentinels are kind of stringing buys together. They can't really capitalize on any cash other than 200 credits they're putting in their pockets like Zoms did right there. And it's going to be tough. This is when Fnatic knows, I'm sorry, this is when Boaster knows he can start stretching you even more thin, or even thinner, I should say, in this situation. When they can start pulling agency to one side, Sentinels is going to react a little harder, bite a little more, and Boaster in the squad
main
being able
game
to
juga
use that
kerasa sih,
rotation
bisa sejam juga.
perfectly. Seekers are out for this one as they're guaranteeing themselves little bits of advantage.
Yeah, such quick space you can gain with the Seekers going in front of you there, and Fnatic once again running the same play here. Durka charging his way forward. Not too much here for Sentinels to defend this one, as they are now stuck outside of the sites. They've been locked out. And Fnatic holds the key. Spike now free to be planted. Shazam's been spotted on the flank.
Antok mo
He's really very cautious. He doesn't go down here and give up that Phantom. It's almost better to stay alive and just keep Shazam on that frenzy than risk the engagement. Oh, wow. A little alcove there. The Doma. At Viper's Pit, too. They are trying to lock this in.
And remember what I said about Icebox, is that they will use Cosmic Divide and Viper's Wall almost simultaneously. That with lockdown things, they love to do it. On Haven, they'll do it as they run up to the site and just
tinggal
slam
satu
it
lagi
down.
MAXPOWER
Cosmic Divide goes up,
dari
Viper's Pit just
tim
blows through it, and you're like, oh, by
Fnatic.
the way, we have two things to get through.
Fnatic
So the
apa
Cosmic
Fnatic
Divide
apa
into
penyebutannya?
Viper's Pit is a tried and true Fnatic love there, and they successfully grab another round with that strategy.
And now Fnatic are
Habis
in the
aku
lead.
makan.
And we are coming
Selesai
toward the final
ronde
rounds,
yang
the
ini.
final moments of map 1 in this
Ini aku tinggal
best of 5.
makan dulu. Nanti aku matiin kamera.
Doesn't seem like Sentinels can stop it. Their defense is just falling apart each time. The ground, so it's Fnatic gaining this
Aku ganti
ground now.
koran,
In a game where
terus
Sentinels wants to try and
matiin
info
dulu nanti.
deny, the ground they're giving up means Fnatic is on the front doorstep when they're starting the attack. And that has not been an adaptation Sentinels has changed to just
Pakar
yet.
Cok.
Fnatic saying, thank you so much, we'll take the room. Here again, anchoring towards A with the spike for Fnatic. And we'll see if they can get some info here. It is a bit of a stack towards A, so we'll see if this plays in Sentinel's favor.
Yeah, you get Sentinels trying to mind game Fnatic here, just as you say. Sentinels gets that kill in mid, but there's been so much success with fast mid B splits. Sentinels are like, we don't think you're going to do that again. And they're actually, as you say, very well equipped to hold this push as it comes through. They'll give up a ramp, but still, lots of position. Oh, a tiny gap for TenZ. Whoa! Find that frag onto Magnum, and now there's two more. And Fnatic are in a very, very difficult position. They have to figure out, okay, we can't fully commit to the A site. They're going to try to rotate, but it's going to be a fake, and it has to be because Viper couldn't be with them. Mystic couldn't, with the spike, be with them. So they have to sell this one by getting kills.
Sick and Dapper have not moved. Sights are being anchored on both sides now. Fnatic is pinched.
Oh my
Mystic
god.
with a great shot onto Shazam as the poison orb comes up.
There's the width of the showstopper. There might be a few magical elements coming together here for Fnatic, but Zom's backside will shut it down. Doma, I don't know if he's going to have much time here. There's the peak, there's the delay. It's going to be impossible thanks to Dapper's position. Sentinels tie up the score 11-11, but that was crazy.
I haven't seen much from Zoms this game, but you know when he's tucked into the back of a site, he's good for 2, he's good for 3 there, picks up some big frags. I don't even understand how you see this TenZ. Picks up a kill there, and great job by Zoms at the back of the site to make Doma work for it. That was a much-needed round. That was 6 in a row until Sentinels was able to stop the bleeding right there. They bring it back into their favor, but the bankroll from Fnatic is there to the end of the game. It does not matter.
Ako bakit benta ka na? Di juga.
And Shazam's in this mid peak, this rose peak,
Go,
denied
badan
by
ko.
the Astra smoke.
Sambil nunggu kontak kedua niya.
And it's a very slow pace here from Fnatic in this default.
Oo,
After a bunch of
sumunod
fast
lagi
paces,
napato kasi
medium
sa
paces,
DC.
they're just showing absolutely nothing. Oh, Shazam though
Tipis.
will peak at the right time, but doesn't land the shot. And Fnatic now have that delayed mail control.
They're doing a bit of a rotation game. TenZ wants to get out. They just shot for Shazam there to pull towards TenZ because they don't think the operator's going to come out of vents. What a play by Sentinels. It is Fnatic in the site already, but here comes TenZ.
Oh, they don't have any idea about TenZ's position. He's going to take down Durka, the trace through from Magnum, but it's up to Shazam. Backside! There's the updraft, pushes forwards. Shazam can't make it work off the second right click. It's up to Dapper and Zoms to hold this one off.
Beautiful shot.
It is, and that leaves Zoms. Zoms' position to spray! It's not great! Mystic locks it in
Match
for Fnatic.
point.
12 rounds. Fnatic could be in on an upset in this first map. Again, I can't really emphasize it enough. This is a map that on paper, you would expect Fnatic not to be winning, and it didn't look like they would at the beginning of this. In the first half, it was all Sentinels, but right at the end, It's looking like Fnatic are ready to close this one down.
I'm really glad you brought that up because this will basically flop what the map choices look like. This was supposed to be an almost surefire map for Sentinels. With the way they came in, how many times it was played, the practice they have had, and that boot camp for Fnatic absolutely paying off. Competition practice or not, they're able to keep stringing together these wins here and figure out what needs to be done to win the rounds no matter what. I think that's one of the things that makes us so excited across the board to watch these teams is the minds behind the teams always making it work in the toughest of situations. Here we have round 24, possible game point for Fnatic. No real ground has been gained just yet, and Sentinels still have Spike down as Durka has fallen.
Yeah, Durka's been having a rough game of split so far. That's okay because his teammates have certainly been doing a really great job. Such a great team effort here from Fnatic as they have mid control for now, but TenZ' peak could mean a lot. We know what he can do with the Sheriff. And straight into his crosshair goes Boaster. That's a weapon for TenZ. There's no one to really protect that. TenZ doesn't know that. And here comes the push to Fnatic onto that B site. Looking good here to try to recover, but they're still down. In fact, down 2 players. Shazam peels away one more.
Oh my word.
2v3 here for Fnatic. Now just down to Doma. Sentinels looking to bring this one to an overtime, but Doma, maybe he can still deny it. He has the spike. There's the bait, and it's going to work for Sentinels. We're going to overtime here, Riv. Map 1 of this grand finals is overtime.
We wouldn't want it any other way. Frags across the board for everybody. Look it up there. I think you got 2 triple doubles. It would be on the side of, I think Fnatic is on the left side there. I'll have to see the scoreboard again if we do. But everybody is putting in work right now. We see the end of this round coming through. So, we break it down now to the overtime rounds. Everybody's going to have full util, full guns. We'll see if we get the naked op in there. That's just the purchase of the op. You're not going to get anything else. Doing the two-step. So no operators coming out. We see the Phantom being favored with few Vandals in hand for those one taps. We'll see what the angles are here. The Viper wall's over towards A. Fnatic is on defense.
And Durka, oh, gotta be careful. The dash comes through. Gravity well will be expended there. That was there to try to catch any aggression from Ropes. Of course, Durka's able to escape. And so that's an early victory here on map control for Sentinels in this round as they force Durka away. But Durka is rotating through to B Heaven, playing B stairs currently. And Sentinels, you know, there's a lot that they can do here. They can pressure Ropes. They can try to take B Heaven.
Heal comes in.
Ooh.
One of the Vandal one taps coming through. Durka goes down. First blood going to TenZ. Boaster looking to get set up here by Doma, but they have to watch 2 positions. They could be in a bad spot as another Nebula goes up, and they're entering B.
Oh, that's a pretty damn good flash, and that's going to be enough to punish TenZ. Mystic will try to swing through, but unfortunately for him and for Doma, they can't make that
30 seconds left.
That defense work out. And Magnum's just got so many players left to deal with.
Oh, susah niyo pumunang
ISORB coming
low.
through.
They're going to throw the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, there's not a lot that is left to be done there for Magnum. And that's Sentinels closing out the first round of overtime.
Switching sides.
You gotta say his name again, Magnum. What a stat line so far. What a last few days of play. And honestly, really showing why he belongs up here at this caliber of play. It's been something else from him. And on the Sentinels, on the things that aren't really able to get utility ability kills, he's still putting up a lot of frags for the team, and it's really, really awesome to see. 13-12, game point now for Sentinels on your first map of the best of 5 here in the grand finals. And it looks like as Fnatic go to attack, they will be leaning towards that B side. Anchors on mid and at A.
Yeah, and I really love the ISORBs. I just love how they use it at the beginning of the round. It would slow down Fnatic's aggression there. They would have to use a little bit more utility because when that ISORB is up, those defenders could be in more forward positions, so you have to take more care. It's a very, you know, for all the poker players out there, very plus EV, plus expected value on that ISORB, given that it only costs 100 credits and you'll probably draw out more than 100 credits of value from the opponents just to clear those spots you could be in.
Untuk lagi.
Look at this, 1 minute predicted. Slow orb possibly to the right side. And they know there's a decent amount of commitment now coming over towards this A.
Is there now, able to help Dapat as that wall goes down, and this is beautiful. Just enough time bought there by that cage, and now Shazam swings in. Sentinels are looking fantastic, and that's it. Sentinels will win map 1 in overtime. A huge save from Sentinels. Again, that's going to be a massive sign.
Ya, tonton dulu. Aku mau makan, guys. Sabar ya, guys. Apa Oke, aku tinggal makan dulu, guys. Sabar, guys, sambil nunggu game selanjutnya.
A 4 versus 2 advantage for them at this point. The recon dart sent flying, but it really seems difficult here. TenZ needs to find that first magic kill to start setting the action into motion. He does get it, but he's going to lose Shazam in the meantime. Heal comes through and Doma with the peak. Fnatic closing it down 3-1 now.
Oh, semuanya.
Really
Baik lagi.
nicely played by Fnatic there.
Sorry.
You
Habis
know,
makan nih.
we see TenZ coming in, missing that
Oh,
nade.
siya butuh
Sorry,
makan.
Sick coming in, missing that nade. It would have been actually very
Baka
big to get
ngantuk
the shower.
lagi.
So a
Kayak
few
tadi.
mistakes there on
Lanjut Nobar
Sentinel's
lagi.
kind of retake. Sorry, yeah, defense retake. I'm just getting back and forth now that we watch the replay there. But it always changes you when you see the name switching from red to blue in a replay because of how the players see it. But yeah, seeing that nade come back over and not be able to get into the site was huge. Great utility usage by Fnatic at the end of the round. They're up 3 now.
Kayak
on
kuat
their own
betul
pitch.
gitu.
Or
Pas
up 2, I
nanti
should say, with 3-1. And we'll see if they get this long B play to work once again. The wall is still there, played from Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a very fast play. Oh my god, TenZ is going in!
Oh dear.
With the Empress, he's unable to find it. It's such a smart move, but the timing isn't going to work out. The showstopper will deal with him. And this isn't a really interesting bit for Fnatic. You know, they have the ability here to actually just keep the pressure up but not commit. Shazam taking down Doma. I'm not sure if that changes things here. 1 HP there for Durka. And there's the showstopper coming through from Sick as well. So many weak players here. Dap will finish off Magnum. The trade through to
Ito
Sick.
kan kelima yuk.
The question is still whether or not they're going to commit to the site, and there is the answer. The quick switch up through the TP to that A attack, which is where Zoms lies in west.
Zoms
Oh,
always
no.
the anchor, always good for 2.
Welcome to my world.
Timing here from Zoms.
This should be the
Hold on,
walk-in.
that
Nobody
timing.
cleared his right. He actually just fires in. So Zoms gives himself up. And there's the TP.
Seconds left.
Knowing one more was coming, that's going to be the Vandal for himself. And we'll see if Zoms can have it. 39 HP combined versus the 42 of Zoms. It's a one-shot on each, a collat if he hits it. And they're going to spread out for
gitu.
this.
Diajak muter
Viper
guys.
bites there, but he's going to play elbow.
Haus,
Mystic is not in
haus,
position for
haus.
that.
Minum guys,
This
haus guys.
is so completely doable here for Zoms. Oh, especially
Even
like
more
that.
so.
Durka
Daman.
does not
Maksudnya
hear
daman.
any
All he has to do is
down
tap
views.
it.
Sorry guys yang gangguan. Itu
Wonder
bukan
if there's a
kalian,
relay
tapi
from the
internet.
team of the
Cool.
HP here. 34 feels like enough to take a headshot, but he does have 150, and a tap and go is what he needs. There's the tap. Oh, it's a bounce from elbow! And he thinks it's from long! Oh, Mystic, you 5-head, man! Oh my word, what a play!
Yeah, Zoms really needed him to have no
Did they
snake fight available to win that one.
Oh,
Beautiful play
I
from
thought it was
Mystic.
unavailable. From that position, he would have to peek out, but he doesn't. And literally
Bacakan.
send Zoms for a little ring around the rosy there. What a play. What a well-deserved round for Fnatic there.
Yeah, so awesome to have multiple lineups for that. Very, very smart.
Oh my god. You love to see it.
That's-
You love to
that's
see
so
those.
great. And that's Fnatic
Jago
4-1.
cuy otaknya sih.
And it's looking like a
Parah
struggle
sih.
here for Sentinels. They're on a half buy. A couple, a judge.
Oh halfway.
Zoms, of course, saving the Vandal. And 3 Sheriffs. So not to be trifled with this setup here from Sentinels. We'll see if they can make anything from it. Durka has the Hunter's Fury. No ults available here for Sentinels. Ooh, Zoms taking it to the
Iya,
face.
digitukan yang sama
Spike
macat.
down A.
Quick chomp there. 2 down now. Dapper coming in with that judge. He's got a bit of work to do. He's in U-Haul trying to wait it out right now, but we don't see Fnatic wanting U-Haul. They'll throw up the Viper wall for that, let it be pushed and let it be pressured, and then they're like, yeah, fine. Does U-Haul really need to be taken if we defend it? We'll find out what that answer is. No, right now. And 5-1 as Fnatic move forward.
Pantas
Something I've
Demel
noticed more and
ini
more, Dan,
mop
is
banget.
U-Haul's kind of become
Jago
this thing where
aja,
we
dia
have
di
to take it.
pinggir
You
ternyata.
can't plant. And now it's like, we'll fight them from there. Let them choke themselves.
Yeah, if you have the right positions to deal with it, it's
Right.
can definitely mitigate that.
Pantas
loss.
dia
And
map ini.
we
Jago
go into
banget
another
nih
buy
di
round
sini.
here for Sentinels, who certainly are currently all aboard the struggle bus. We'll see if they're
Yeah,
able to get off of this next stop.
just doesn't seem like they can adapt and come up with that regular Sentinel way of shutting down a strat. I think it's because Fnatic's not really setting a precedent.
Oh,
what they're doing. You just get that out of Sick. That's what you need, though. Oh my word, Dan.
Oh, it always feels bad when you like get an opponent concussed, or like you breach ult them and they just like hit you with that first bullet. That's pretty incredible there from Sentinels. What a start. They popped the Viper's pit as well on short. So here for Fnatic, they're feeling like there's no other answer than this B push. The brute force has to be what brings them over the line here. They'll get the initial pick, but they're quite tagged up, and Soms is going to be able to delay this.
Quick drone in. Shazam steals that. Looks like they'll be firing Hunter's Furies back and forth. Doesn't have to peek out. Oh, he gets the spam, though, as Zom keeps himself within the tub just perfectly on the Hunter's Fury. Now it's going to be Util flying into that hookah. And Durka and Mystic have their work cut out for them. See if they can gain a few ult points here along with credits before they get pinched in. If they go one side here, they're only going to find Viper. That could be huge, leaving Sentinels out of position, but it looks like it's going to be pretty much a save here to see what they can do.
Ke save apa gimana?
Yeah, it's
Save.
such a difficult spot. It doesn't feel like there's any answer here for Fnatic. So you start to assess, okay, well, what can we do? What is the best result from what we have? And it's, you know, either a save or doing a lot of economic damage. The preference on the save, it looks like. You know, Fnatic are going to have a pretty solid economy. So, or at least I think that they should. We'll see the money maybe in a moment. But there could be an argument for them to go for kills to weaken Sentinel's money, but I'm sure if that was the case, then they would be doing that.
Well, we're seeing it kind of tip over into alt realm, right? You have, sometimes you'll get the, I mean, the first time we saw these teams play, it was a round 3 dueling Blade Storm from both Durka and Tens when they were on Icebox. So now we're into 4, 5, 6, we're getting to round 8. And you see more ultimates. You see them start to kind of string together. And that was Dapper being able to use a Viper's pit to just push the team to the other side of the map, right? So slowly, Sentinels is finding ways to secure themselves around by setting the pace with those ultimates, as we saw Fnatic doing that last map as well with Mystic's ult.
Yeah.
See what they have here going in.
A couple notes here is that we have both Seekers and Orbital Strike available. 2 great offensive ultimates there for Fnatic. So I'm sure they would be looking to try to find a way to use those here in this round if they can. At the same time that Sentinels have that information as well. So, you know, no one's playing U-Haul, you know, like some of these obvious spots. Just we're seeing the presence from Fnatic, you know, running that default, trying to make it look like it could be anything. But look at this from Sentinels. They go for a push.
At least the info to say they're not long, so maybe we can lean somebody else towards the other site. Right now, they're playing full Sentinels retake. You can see that here. It looks like they all actually might crush through the teleporter, use Viper's wall to then come through showers and route mid if they don't all rotate and lean back with the way Sick is about to rotate. So this wall that Viper has up, that Dapper has up, cuts off so many angles, creates so many pockets. And I wonder if that will be their TP through.
Look at this delay, Riv. This is an insane delay on short. This is going to cause problems here for Fnatic. They've got to get... I don't think there's anything that can deny the spike being planted, though, but the sheer immense delay has created a lot of time here for the rotation for Sentinels, and 6 in that U-Haul position.
Sorry.
45 seconds once it's planted to get back over to the spike and get that defused. Nobody went through the teleporter. Here comes the Hunter's Fury to distract, to disrupt. And that's going to make only a bit of movement come out of Fnatic. They feel comfortable here. Sick grabs one in the little crouch right step and shot.
They're trying to fight from the back of short here. It's looking difficult. The Orbital Strike comes through to try to deny the spike. And it will do just that, taking down the diffuser. Zoms has to get these forward kills. The hold, the stick is...
Oh my god!
It's going to drop Dapper. And it doesn't look like there's time here for Zoms to win this one. Can't find the spray. It's Boaster all day. And that is going to lock in another one. A very close one there from Fnatic, but they do it nonetheless. 6-2 in advantage.
Clutch. Absolutely clutch coming in there from Showers. What a flank, what a timing. Boaster on the delay, whether it's the Viper, whether it's the Mollies, whether it's the Orbital ult. Oh my word. Boaster just playing it super well there. Calm, cool, collected. And then a bit of hype. Coming into round 9.
Timing on that.
PC itu.
Look at this aggression though, Riven. The next round, the Sentinels are looking to try to strike back here, just take initiative away. And they've done just that. They've got the early pick. That's a great opener for Sentinels.
Picked up. Shazam trying to get closer and closer to those ultimates again to make sure they have a way to stop Fnatic on these rounds. They're just out shooting now. The momentum has been gained. They may have dropped a bit at the end during the overtime of Split, but Fnatic from map to map are ones to be able to string that momentum together. Ten's hiding in the same spot, except they're not playing the wall this time. So you kind of see the precedence they set off that play. Tens will only be there when the wall's there. Now it's an off angle. And he hopes to be able to just kind of dismiss either way into the teleport and get himself to safety there. So interesting adaptation as they try to catch Fnatic off. But Fnatic's movement has just been so good. They're not falling for any of these traps.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, such a good punish from Tens that angle is players will often think that they're safe once they've cleared Hookah to jump up there, to spot backside. But they were baited into a false sense of security, and Tens gets that kill, and his teammates will do pretty much the same elsewhere on the map here. It's looking like a really great round here now, as Mystic is the only one left. Sentinels are going to be getting that flawless, unless...
10 seconds left.
Unless...
Oh! Hey, you got to hold one of the angles, right? You're always like, but what if I hold in the middle of the angle? Well, then you just have a less % chance to get to the right or left. So if you're on the right angle, you have
Oh,
a
itu
chance.
kok dari kanan nggak kelihatan ya
Had
kalau
a
dari
few come
itu
in
tadi.
through this map as I blabber on about random stuff. And Tens nicely opening that one up after a very quiet round. Both teams really stretching the info to see what they can get before they make something happen here. And a good pickup there, 63. You can see the stack of money on the side of Fnatic lower and lower, as they only got 19 coming into this round. 2400 if they lose this one. So really only about 26.
Spectre udah nggak full B nggak sih? Enggak kan ya?
Will be in Fnatic's bank account.
Spectre tuh bukan full B kan?
Love this from Tens. This is why, you know, Tens is scary. Very
Gitu,
powerful in these positions where he tries to walk and find contact. If he hits that first shot, changes everything. And that early aggression is alarming if you're Fnatic. And I love this from Sentinels. They shore up now to defend this hookah position. Maybe after that long push, Fnatic will think, well, this
Wah
might
itu sih
be
tungguin gitu sih
easier to
serem
take.
juga bang. Mati.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, 7 HP! That's the
Yeah,
patience,
mati
though.
udah.
He's going down. And Tens is going to drop down. They anticipate it. And Fnatic play perfectly off of these opening picks, swarming the site, trading through. And it cannot be stopped.
You know, I question putting that many people in hookah with the Raze ult up, but okay, you do what you got to do. Fnatic absolutely took that one home. Oh my God, sick. Comes up, this nade's gonna enter the tube. He may be able to displace Boaster a bit as Boaster makes his way out. A little satchel for the peak, and he's going with 7 bullets. Feels confident for a few tap-taps.
This is going to be a tough one.
Wow.
And it's not going to work out. Boaster takes him down. A lot to ask for there from Sick. Beautiful transfer, though. Great display of
Nice.
those
Yeah.
individual
Transfer,
mechanics that we know everybody in Sentinels
Transfer
has, as
kan.
well as Fnatic.
Dari kanan ke kirinya bagus sih.
It's so juicy. We've got to look at it again. Of course,
Pak. Pak.
beautiful.
Wah gila.
I mean, the third one, I feel like he's winning that fight if the peak.
Yeah,
if the
Boaster
peak
was like,
stays out there.
wait, no. But yeah, I feel like Sentinel's kind of losing track of the fact that Raze had ult there. Obviously, there's a chance that, you know, we don't get Doma going hookah, but to stick that many people in hookah with an ult up is very, very scary. And Sentinels fell
Sama
prey to
hancur.
Fnatic strat on that one towards B. It is going to be Spike down here. Sick in his return. A little medicine that he can deliver as well. And that's going to be a nice first blood on this round for him as Boaster gets taken down and can't grab any more info for the team.
And it's
Tough
also
things
difficult
to
because
try and
Boaster, you know, he was one off of his orbital strike. And
true.
he has the smokes. You know, this is not the agent you want to be losing before being committed into a push. Oh, hello, Sick. He's going to get caught in a very awkward position there with the pain shells out. Dapper will trade at least. In goes the snake bite, but Dapper, he's got to get out of there. He's not in a position to hold that anymore. Tenso, with all of the utils still up on short A, is able to take advantage. Out comes the Trailblazer, though, but it doesn't look like anybody can punish that. Tens keeps the pressure on the planter there, and that's going to be a wrap. Sentinels, great recovery.
Nice.
7-5. That score looks familiar for a first half. Let's see if we can get there. Sentinels will bring it back, or the 8-4 becomes the momentum that Fnatic gets to work with. Sick over the molly, nice and quick. And then they held Cat. Oh my word. Just Doma flying through like a freight train. I love when these duelists commit for Fnatic and Sentinels. They are full in there. There's no hesitation. That's where we're getting some of these awesome plays from. Last round of your first half. Let's see what Magnum decides to go. He still goes to Spectre with full armor. Bulldog for Durka. And rifles on the side of Sentinels here. We'll see what they end with.
Yeah, we can see again that exchange to take control of showers for both sides. Typically, Sentinels, they show light presence to commit, to help Fnatic overcommit their util, and then here's the retake util for Sig. So, who used more, Sig's in a pretty good spot. He actually wants to keep pushing this one. He's going to go for the fight. Oh. Wow, Bosa's ready for it, and Dapper's there too, showing presence. So right now, what this also says to Fnatic is that there's a very limited defense on short.
Okay.
Because there's two players that just showed themselves on showers.
Exactly, and taking Raze down is huge. Raze bind, two things that synergize. Your nade can basically stop every plant that happens on that site. So now, actually a lot of freedom is gained by Fnatic here, and they can take a lot more space without thinking that agency of paint shells will come flying down. Dapper cleaned up Boaster as he fakes it once again. This is a lot like that first round or second round strat.
Yeah, this was a fantastic fake. Pulled all the players out of the B side of the map for the B attack to come through. Lovely stuff here from Fnatic. Oh, Tens comes through though with a vengeance with that Vandal. Takes down Doma. Looking for more. The Empress is out there. He's very dangerous right now as Tens starts storming through. He is alone, of course, but again, very dangerous in any fight. Trying to make it impossible here for Tens with this post-plant utility. The Poison Orb, very hard to deal with. Snakebite comes through as well. And at a certain point, Tens has to get this halfway at least. Coming off a bit here, trying to bait out these players. They're just not giving it to him. They're playing this one perfectly, making it impossible for Tens. Very well done by Fnatic. You can't give Tens anything.
No, you can't. And you can see him trying to use every tactic that would be in a player's arsenal for that situation. Tapping the spike to draw someone out. Creating a fake firefight to draw someone out. And by that I mean you shoot your gun, kind of make the enemy believe you've made contact with one of their teammates. Nobody was biting from Fnatic. They played that super smart. Tens was doing everything he could there. And like you said, you cannot give Tens a thing, and Fnatic didn't.
And here we go, moving to the second half of map 2 in this grand final. We're going to flip the script here. And I'm curious what Sentinels will be able to accomplish here on their attack, whether they'll have a better time of it versus their defense. Fnatic's attack is very strong on this map. Very forward setup here on short from Fnatic. Love to see that.
Enjoy Nobarnya. Nyantai-nyantai kita di
That
sini.
nade they just threw, the Poison Orb actually has no effect because there's such a push already coming from Fnatic. So Fnatic are like, okay, that orb's a fake. They're definitely going B.
Sam! That's a nice
They're not
flick.
wrong.
That is a very good save. If that was a 2K for Fnatic, things would get very hairy very quickly. But look at how they're positioning it. Sentinels are all trying to take control around Garden and Long. Completely evacuated the sites. A couple players quite weak here. Mystic's also low for Fnatic, so this could really go either way here. Durka trying to get positional information. I think they understand what's going on right now on Fnatic. There comes the spam into the smoke, just on the edge of the smoke.
Wait a minute.
Stick from Boaster.
Wait a minute. They don't know where it is. Ping it.
Boaster's getting the stick. And that's Fnatic picking up the pistol. Oh no, Sentinels. Boaster, he's right on the edge there of that smoke.
Everybody was shooting at the middle of the box. They forget where they planted. That is not something that can happen. Great job by Boaster getting in there. Tuck and roll, gets himself in for the defuse, under pressure, cutting the right wire, and what a play there.
They don't take
At the
showers.
identification
Alright, so how do we...
that everybody was long with Durka getting a great owl drone in there, Boaster was like, okay, let's go for the smoke diffuse. Just fearless. Great job by Fnatic there. 9-4 as they pick up some pistol rounds. I'm sure the Fnatic fans are happy about that one.
Yeah, definitely. They're looking really good here on what I think
Mantap
in a
sih
lot of
kalau
cases you
bisa
could look at
menang
as
di
one of their
pistol
home
round.
maps. Fnatic are extremely good at
Yeah,
this.
home and away. Yep.
And so, you know, you're expecting to see this confident performance. That said, Tens has a Sheriff. He's going to creep out of showers in the forward position. He takes down one. Now it starts to get scary because Tens is on a roll with the Sheriff as now Sentinels have more ground to work with, more space to start to take. It starts to get quite constrictive here for Fnatic. Not really many places to stand as they try to retake this. And Tens is on these angles with his Sheriff. Finally, he'll go down, but has he done too much damage?
Tens with the Sheriff, Zoms with that damn frenzy. I'm not sure how they do it over and over again. The stick in here, that's going to be a Spectre. Double Spectre coming in now from Fnatic. Dapper with the ghost. Can he do just that? Cannot take down Durka. That's a jumping classic with a little bit of cheese on the end. And will they be able to protect this spike?
Yeah, this is looking very difficult. Zoms in the back as well. Sentinels. Great conversion there from them. Again, just getting that forward creep out of showers. You can see it right here. Tens is in a position to punish as that utility comes through. And, you know, he's just so confident in all these peaks. Brilliant round there from Sentinels. And a needed round because Fnatic are really looking very good when things are going according to plan. So spicing things up a little bit, Sentinels.
They are. You're definitely trying to find ways in and around Fnatic's methodical play. They love to stay structured. We kind of said that in the first time these teams played, is that the way the Polish and the Turkish teams like CNED and the other really aggressive teams they would play back in Europe was through a few players beating them, like CNED going ham, able to just destroy that structure Fnatic likes to keep together. Here, they're not really letting Sentinels into that structure. Fnatic are still able to play their game, but with rounds like we just saw, you can see Tens still makes something like that possible here. Sick and Zoms coming up big as this is that save round for Fnatic. And Dan, another thing to mention is, as we said before, Icebox and Haven in their first meeting, those pistol rounds went 1-1. So this is just kind of going the way of how these teams play. 1-1 on pistol rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what you love to see, just making it as even as possible, even out the variance as much as possible.
Exactly.
And a lovely Prime Gaming for this moment here, particularly from Sick at the ends. And that's ult charge. That's the showstopper now ready to go because of those 3 kills. And Tens also has the Emperor, so a lot of offensive power from the abilities there, ready to go for Sentinels.
And just a few rounds into the second half too. That's a lot of stuff to start with, and that's where you can start to turn the tides of the map. When you know the opponents are back on a bye round, but a win would throw them back onto an eco, you can go for the throat, you can use these ultimates, and we might just see the showstopper being presented here.
Yeah, the double satchel perhaps out there. There's already players here though. So the question is, I mean, Sentinels have no presence on the A side of the map. It does really feel like they're going to commit to this. That's a great opening pick there onto, again, a very important agent. That's the Brimstone gone. Sky's gone as well. Fnatic in a very bad spot. Look at this though, Sentinels. They're just holding their ground. They're cutting the noise. They're looking to force a mistake from Fnatic.
Deep dart from Sand there coming in from Shazam. They know that Pocket's clear and just a little bit around Pocket, but Garden has not been, they have not regained control there. So a lot of damage can be done from Doma. They do decide to use the showstopper to create more space, and this one will fizzle out. But the intentions were there and the space has been made. Oh my word.
That's close. Yeah,
beautiful. You see what they're still thinking about, Dan, all the time. Any of us would have felt comfortable to plant, gone down, and the round could go anyway, but the players are always ready to make a move.
It's such an interesting dilemma too when if you go back a little bit into the spot where Sentinels are sitting in that 5v3, and at that point Fnatic have to stack something. or they have to split up. And so just by waiting, because Sentinels don't have anyone on the A side of the map, but nor do Fnatic. So by Sentinels waiting, they're still guaranteed the ability to maybe punish Fnatic if Fnatic try to push for info towards B. Sentinels will be set up to just mow them down. Or if it's the case that Fnatic split up, then Sentinels get an even stronger attack. And even if there's a gamble on B, well, Sentinels still have the ultimate advantage, so they're still in advantage. So they just give themselves more opportunities to be ahead by cutting the noise and waiting after these picks. Oh, that's actually such a gross kill to get through the bottom of the wood there.
Word. And kind of looking at these past few rounds as well, I should say looking at the maps we've seen throughout teams playing Bind here at Masters Reykjavik, is that Hookah wasn't always attacked throughout these games. It's usually the Rays. Things will happen, but we see Sentinels going there over and over, drawing some smokes, drawing some util. Last round it was 3 in there as they get pushed here through mid. Fnatic coming up strong with this eco. Actually, it's a rifle eco.
What the fuck?
Spectre there for Boaster and Vandals, Phantoms around the board.
Yeah, really aggressive stuff coming in here for both teams. It's like playing F-Match at this point. Though it's just Durka and Boaster left now against 5 players. So certainly a grim outlook after the dust settles. And Sentinels just sticking together. They're not putting anything to chance here, making it as hard as possible here for Fnatic. Ooh, with that said though, it's starting to get a little problem in Boaster, but he's going to get taken down. 9-8.
Knowing there's so much chaos there. Oh my word. I think what they went with was a low amount of util rifle buys so they didn't hurt the economy too much. And Spectre, if you could, to keep the money kind of in place for the next few rounds and not fall too much to the wayside here. We'll see as they come out. Yeah, they still have quite a bit of money on their side. They are currently getting 2,900 for each win, so add that to the left side of all that credit score, 2,900 on top of that. So they'll be fine next round, but still, it's the Durka Marshall round, Dan. What can he put up for the team? Can he surprise him?
Yeah, well, we have a Showers control, and it's actually a walk all the way through for Durka, but he will get caught, unfortunately for Durka. I like the idea. But, Sentinels, they're just waiting, holding every extremity because they're looking for pushes, and they're going to find one on either extremity. Magnum on B long, and Durka on Showers.
Magnum has been putting a pretty hard precedent on pushing long. That's the second time he's been taken down. Zoms was able to do it with a Spectre earlier. So he's kind of playing off just a repeated motion there, which Fnatic seems to be falling into. Zoms has found it out. Now they push into sight. That U-Haul control is looked at, and it will be gained slightly by a bit of that Viper bite from Dapper. And now it's going to be the plant. Sick getting out of there with a little bit of toxic waste on his feet.
Yeah, Thames creeping through Showers. Dangerous, very dangerous indeed. Able to finish off Doma, and he's not going to stop with that one. He's looking to bring it all home here in this round at least. And there we go. Sentinels closed it down with another Prime Gaming flawless for them. 9-9, all tied up here, and all of a sudden, it's starting to get scary. Just like it got scary for Sentinels on that first map, it's looking scary for Fnatic as they lose momentum on their home map.
Ooh. And there's that push again. Zoms able to take care of. Obviously, again, this round being a bit of a save here, so Fnatic's going to put themselves out a little bit, push lanes, figure out what they can find, and use that intel. Unfortunately, it was a lot of Sentinels being ready for the push. At 9-9, we have a tactical timeout here. We did say this would be a buy for Fnatic, but again, to recap, the econ at max loss credit, it's 2,900. So if Fnatic lose again, you can see Mystic will have 3,400, 3,600 for Boaster, and you're looking at 39 for that AK full armor buy, and then to add your utility in, so you're not halved in there. So you can see the pressure Sentinels are starting to put on through the econ game, through the map game, and starting to figure out Fnatic here.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because, so much of it came from Tens having that opening from Showers so long ago with that Sheriff, winning around like that, winning the thrifty situation. That changed things so much because Fnatic was set up, they won the pistol. They're set up to really set themselves into a strong opening on this second half, but now Sentinels have this huge string of rounds, and that's got to feel oppressive if you're Fnatic. Definitely a drop in confidence. So we'll see what they're able to muster as we get back into this one. Oh, looking like on the minimap, are we going to see anything, any aggression there towards B long? We might.
Not sure.
See, there's initial flashes. And certainly Showers control coming through as well for Sentinels.
Careful here.
Kung nyari
get
HP
into
deh,
it.
searching HP deh. Sige, udah headset
Over to the right, Viper walls both on A, intersecting right towards the default spike plant. It's gonna be, it's the first time they've had so many towards B, just kind of rushing it out. Is something, I think we might have a push through the teleporter from Raze here at the end. If Sick wants to do it, he may rotate back though. And it looks like it is going to be Fnatic setting up to retake this A site.
Yeah, that's big too, getting rid of that Viper pit and everything that was, on that side. So now it looks really difficult here for Fnatic. They've got 4 players on this retake. Magnum is there from Showers, but his position's known now. Yeah, this is a very difficult scenario for Fnatic. They're going to have to be...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I thought Magnum's position was known because of the flash, but they have no idea that he's there, and that changes absolutely everything. 2 opening kills, the orbital strike! That's going to force one player out of position. Magnum has now spotted Shazam in the corner, and so it falls onto Shazam. He's going to go down. Oh my god! Fnatic! Just because of Magnum having that position. That really threw everything. It seemed like I thought that they would know he was there, but hey man, it's hard to hear everything when there's so much happening.
Si Zomsnya kaget
Oh my word.
Amazing.
Able to pick those frags up, so nicely done. And if you can remember, what happened between the first interaction, the first meeting of these two teams was Sentinels was picking up a hell of a lot of sprays through the smoke. So it's only right Fnatic, puts a few under their belt here for this game.
I think Bosa with that pick as well got the orbital strike. I might be wrong, but either way,
absolutely huge.
It's, kind of crazy, but we'll see if that is enough to kind of tip Fnatic over the edge here. Sentinel still with a solid buy going into this round. They have that quick hookah control. We saw that in the previous round. But, Sick was only here with the paint shells and the harassment just to, really create that strong sense of presence, and he fell out of that position.
Sick tempting hookah right now. Yeah, continuously back and forth. This is the first time they really don't send a bunch of people into hookah. Now, as they start to walk towards. Different setup, however, for Fnatic on that defensive side. Easy bass pack into the teleporter if Doman needs it. But if there is a lot of sound towards long, he can activate Showstopper and clear that path out immediately. So darts are going in. A little bit of knowledge now to Fnatic that a B site hit may be taking place.
Oh, Sick! Able to take down Magnum. I really like the garden and long defense here from Fnatic, but it's going to be tough for them to hold it. It's a strong push coming through. Durka, that is a phenomenal pick to find, and he gets straight out of there as well. The 3 versus 4, the Showstopper's out, but it's not going to be able to do anything at this point. Zoms holding the push against Durka. Durka walks straight into Zoms. The ever patient, ever methodical Zoms.
ngepas gitu. Kepalanya muncul dua.
Now
Hilang
Fnatic,
langsung.
they're going to need a lot more than a methodical approach to make this work. 2v4. Sentinel's looking good to tie the scoreline up here. It looks like the save is called. So one quick note, Riv, we heard from this very small snippet of team comms we got from Fnatic, was we heard Bosa saying at the beginning, I think after they won the pistol, he said that Sentinels don't really play the Showers control. They don't really play Showers, is what he said. And we've seen that a lot of the time so far, that Sentinels haven't really been putting too much emphasis around Showers in the early portion of the round. And a lot of these rounds also, we haven't necessarily even seen Fnatic doing it.
Yeah, I think the Showers game for Sentinels at this point is a mind game with the wall, right? They can go there, there will be times they are, but you're always going to see that wall, and that's what will slow you down in the first place, to wonder what options could be brought out, right? Could be somebody hiding on the left, somebody hiding on the back right. As soon as you clear the wall into Showers, there could again be someone on the back left. And then once you get into sight, you don't have full vision. So it just adds a whole different level of Sentinels having to get in there. And it seems to be that the shower control just is not something that they want.
Yeah, and a quick note here, we have the Seekers and Showstopper available for Fnatic. Fnatic also have no money. If they lose this round, they're in trouble. Sentinels typed in the cheat code. They have full money. They have infinite money. They'll never run out of money for the rest of this match and regulation. So the pressure is hugely on Fnatic. They must convert this round. They've just used the Seekers for info. And so now all they have is the Showstopper. Look at the slow default from Sentinels again. They're just really sweating out Fnatic. Fnatic not moving a muscle. They have hookah control. They've got garden control. They're playing that 3-2 setup. 3B2A. Mid-run info with the drone. We'll see nothing there. And the rotation comes through as a result. And there goes the push from Sentinels into A. This is a scary moment, Riv, for Fnatic.
Everything's a stall right now. Any utility coming out is just saying you cannot pass this choke point. That wears off. Mystic puts himself in a very tough spot to find a win from that fight. And now 20 seconds left in the round. A little toss over from Doma as he lost the spike, or sorry, the paint shells right over towards the spike. And it looks like they may have just enough time, but it is going to be very tight to get the spike down. Boaster with the classic, and he is going to be throw the molly down on that.
10 seconds left.
They're going to grab the spike. Are they going to be able to get anything out of it? Yes, they take down Boaster. Tens wrapping around the corner, and Sentinels convert the round. And we talked about how desperate things look for Fnatic on the money. We'll see just how bad it is, or is not.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how much they went into util, there's things you can do to save yourself a few bucks. But we will see. What a cheeky little play from Boaster coming around. But unfortunately, the flank was flanked, and that's all you can see about it. And there you are. You're correct. The money is just not going to be there, and we see setups already trying to come through a little bit for the side of Fnatic, but it's going to be Sheriffs and Magnum with a Spectre. He's a guy who's been putting up a lot of frags, so I can see that Spectre doing a lot of work here, even against Sentinels rifles.
Ooh, Bosa dodges the boombot there as well, and he's going to walk through the smoke to ask questions of this one. Really interesting, but because Boaster sees Sick falling back, that is very indicative that Sentinels will be playing more towards A. But now that he's been seen, Sentinels know that that's indicative. So they know that the rotation would likely go towards A. So now they can reset and go towards B. So it's adaptation upon adaptation based on what happens.
And
now to push forward. So that will cause a little bit of movement out of Fnatic. They don't really have a forward strat they want here. They're holding angles with Sheriffs, so it's still going to be very tough. Boaster there just with a sliver of health under the window, and if he even moves, Sick is going to take his beret right off. There it is.
Oh.
And in the site, Sick goes double satchel all the way to the back to claim the space as a reward from the pick. And looks like one by one, Sentinel. I mean, you have to give credit to Sentinels, how well they're playing this. Ooh, quick kill there. Mystic trying to get cheeky with the wallbang there, but Dapper will get the spike down in time.
Oh, that was close. Nice sonar bolt. Trying to hit somebody inside and outside. Sentinels pick up another one. Look at game point for map 2. Fnatic's pick. Fnatic with the higher win percentage here as well, but we've seen since Split already, these teams are going to take each other to the last rounds no matter whose map it is, Dan.
Definitely. Absolutely. Fantastic matchup between these two teams, certainly worthy of a grand final for the first ever global Valorant event. These two teams are making history.
Dapper with an up? Yeah. Double up? What? Okay. Oh, my word.
I mean, they have so much money, so they can just do this to hold picks at the beginning of the round.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You swap that one out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's going to tag one. Oh, can Nobar escape? He does manage to escape.
Quick jump.
Had to use the satchel, indeed.
I think that Zoms is one of the ones that picked up the operator too. Says, okay, Doma, if you want to push, we'll shoot you. And Sick gets dropped in hookah.
Beautiful. Now with that pick, Fnatic, Sentinels rather, have to start gravitating towards the site and they have to push. They can't stay spread out here. Both are looking to hold on to Hookah, which is where Sentinels are trying to regroup. So I don't know that they'll be able to push Hookah anytime soon, with Magnum also helping here. Both are trying to play into the smoke for a flash play. It's been a little bit messed up here for Fnatic, and Magnum's going to get sent to his death. Oh, they messed the timing up on that one. Oh, Boast is trying to hide. He's going to get the kill onto Tens. Gets traded out, though. This is absolutely insane, Riv. And in the meantime, Durka has actually pushed into backside. They might not know that he's here. And the spike plant comes through. It's a huge bait. Is it going to be covered? No! The transfer from Durka is good to take down both. It leaves it up to Dapper now. He's got to just stick the plant straight away. They're going to respect that. He might try to come off of it immediately, but he's going to get that plant going. And now it's the 1v2. He has to isolate these players. And Doma connects with the headshot to bring it in for Fnatic to keep their chances alive in map 2.
What a play, what a strat. It did seem that the fumble in Hookah was something that cost Fnatic, but I still think Boaster in that situation was able to grab the info, the identity of enough agents that would be putting the pressure down on the site so the team could make that decision to rotate. It looked a little messed up, but I'm sure the comms were there, and then the shots for the rest of Fnatic came through. Are we going to another overtime? 2 maps in a row. We're going to find out right here, as this round will tell us. Round 24. Let's see what happens. Ults up, Hunter's Fury there for Durka. It is the Orbital Strike for Boaster, along with a Viper's Pit, and the Cosmic Divide on the other side for Sentinels.
Yes, a pretty good amount of ults for sure to see, Fnatic in a really good position to actually play retake with the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury. So that might impact how they play the setups. You can see Boaster's much more defensive around elbow. They've got one player committed on the site. Sick is going to go straight into Magnum. That's a very good kill to find. Boaster pops out, takes down Dapper. The Orbital Strike comes through, so he can deny the push. The trades can't be there for Sentinels, but still, it's a 3v3. Still, the spike is in control for Sentinels.
Oh my gosh.
However, this push from Tens, they don't expect it. And Tens is going to be able to hold this backhaul by himself.
A 3v2 pivotal play there by Tens. The teleport's going to come in. He's going to be able to hold the site. The flash goes up. It's not going to matter. Dirk is able to take him out as the Lear goes away. Cosmic Divide is there. It's the last ultimate that's going to be available for this round. No one has a chance to grab another. Spike planted default now. Durka and Mystic versus Shazam and Zoms.
Here comes Fnatic. Slowly edging their way forward. The tap of the spike, forcing out peaks, forcing out utility here. Sentinels, they know where one of them is. I don't know that they know where Zoms is just yet. Shazam is blocked off by this. Again, trying to fake it out. And there goes the peek from Zoms. He had to peek in case of the stick. And now here comes the stick. Shazam trying to dance. It's up to Mystic. Wow, he protects Durka. And we're going to another overtime here on map 2.
Oh my word, Dan. This is exactly why I wanted to see these map selections go through. It's just, it would pressure each team. We would get an amazing series, and that's what's coming through right now. These teams are able to read each other in the final moments that they need to of each round. Back and forth, and we're going to another overtime here. It doesn't get any more even than this in a grand finals. Your first 2 maps going to OT.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. There's just so many. This is an unlimited amount of things to talk about, honestly, that are just very interesting. But we don't have time because we're straight into the action here between Fnatic and Sentinels. And again, this is Fnatic's home map, much like Split was Sentinels' map to win, that they had to win. Sentinels clenched it in overtime. Can Fnatic do just that here as well? Starting off on the attack.
Darts are out, a lot of control. That could be a great shock dart. A little bit more damage onto the side of Fnatic. Boaster down to 47 HP as Tens and Sick open up, and that's going to be 3 quick frags.
This certainly makes things very awkward here for Fnatic. Boaster's stuck B long. His cross to the TP's being held. He's going to go down. And Magnum, sure, Magnum has the spike, but and a minute to play with, but against 4 players and with no teammates to speak of, it's very difficult. And you are going for it in an overtime. So we'll have to see what he's able to find. Interestingly, we're going to get Sentinels actually playing a 1-3. We'll get Tens moving across now to assist Shazam.
Little lean over now. They're going to be able to play the dart game as much as they want. As soon as they hear something go in, that's a dart from behind. Never mind. That's just 13 to 12. Is that one spread Fnatic a little thin off the entry? It just seems like as soon we've only got 2 maps on this and 2 overtimes to see it, but as soon as Sentinels have that overtime refresh, it's a different team than what we've seen for the past rounds that got us to OT. They just kind of come out firing, not even holding hard angles, and they just throw you for a loop, and Fnatic could not find a way back in on that. Now, Fnatic gets to play the defense, and Sentinels has to come up with the strategy.
I think in general, whenever Sentinels are in overtime, again, it doesn't matter what team they're playing, I feel like they're an advantage in overtime. So they're a very, very good team in overtime.
Right.
We can go into that maybe in more detail in a moment. But you know, getting back into this one here, Fnatic looking to keep themselves alive in this second map. It is the best of 5, but again, they really need to win this bind. Dapper with his patented jump peaks.
A lot of util considering they would try to hide here. That was a drone as well that came in. They may have figured that drone got shot by somebody on the right, but it was shot from backside, I believe. So nade and shock bolts are out. Boaster to drop sick right there. Beautiful wall into Hookah.
Yeah, trying to get info there with the flashbang. Dapper reclaiming the position, spotted now. That's going to tell Fnatic exactly what's happening. There's Boaster's smoke to try to deny entry. He also drops the incendiary, so that if they were to push it through that smoke, they would get absolutely wrecked, so they have to respect it. They've also lost 6, so they don't have anyone to satchel in. They're going to just be dropping straight in front of Magnum. He's going to take down 2. Huge result there from Magnum as Sentinels struggled desperately to get themselves on the site, and they're going to do just that. But in comes Mystic from the back. And speaking of the back, it's Zoms from backside. He's got to try to recover the spike. He's got 10 seconds. Fnatic can play the time here and force him to plant, but there's nowhere to plant right now. Has to fall inside the structure. And that's the moment for Fnatic to get onto the site, and Zoms is going to hear it. He's going to peek out, go for it, and it's not going to land. Mystic takes him down. Fnatic, draw it up.
Overtime.
We go again. Bring it to another OT round. Fnatic, do not let history repeat itself from map number 1. They will bring it to another overtime here. Let's get it swapped up one more time. Got to win by 2 in Magnum. I don't know if we can say his name enough throughout this tournament, but I'm pretty sure it can be said more because, man, the plays he's coming up with are giving Fnatic a breath of life in these situations.
Yeah, it's just so many amazing things happening right now. The fact that there's no raise to satchel through that, the fact they have to wait out the incendiary, and then Magnum's in the perfect position to punish. Just brilliant stuff coming through here from Fnatic to hold on for dear life. But now they're in a position, it's once again the overtime situation, it's reset. So we'll see what Fnatic can do on the attack. This was their stronger half, as it was for Sentinels too.
Welcome semuanya.
Hands up high. A site is held by 3
for
Sentinels, 2 on B. So they keep the darts swinging. You can see Durka and Shazam kind of playing darts over there at B when they were firing them. Holding each other. Default now by Fnatic to come through. This also becomes a game of what mistakes will our opponents make. Because it is coming down to shots, just instant headshots after coming out of a smoke. Great utility usage. So anything you can grab extra here. If an opponent makes an error, they use util out of place. You want to give that time, and that's why we're seeing these rounds go all the way down. Coming up very soon, 30 seconds is usually that hit, maybe a 25 or 15 second.
They're trying to fake the B site a little bit here and pull the rotation away because the spike's actually moving towards that A site, but Tens is in an elevated position. He never bit that at all. He just stayed in position. And now Boaster will try to get through here, but there's very little left for him to be able to accomplish. He'll try to push through the smoke, but I mean, he's going to take down Sick, but still very difficult. Going to drop those smokes to try to get additional cover. Oh my goodness. Just trying to creep through these smokes is so dangerous. Boaster picks up another through the smoke.
So smart, so smart.
Kill through the smokes. Unreal movement here from Boaster, but putting an end to the shenanigans will be Zoms. And I mean, I think it was a really interesting play there, Riv, because
Wah, bo siapa namanya?
Fnatic actually
Buster.
shot that boombot in showers with 2 players. So then at that point, I think that made Sentinels think, hang on, we're not so sure about this hookah pressure, that this means anything.
I mean, it's a great call. Seeing little things like that will completely stop a rotation, or even the lean of a rotation that somebody's going to leave the site. So having TenZ pushed up in that position gives him a lot of audio of what's going on in showers, and I think he made a great call there that he was able to hear more than one. TenZ now and the rest of Sentinels back onto the attack side. This is where Fnatic was able to recoup the round and bring us to another overtime. Shazam will enter, and TenZ will follow this drone as they make their way in. Whether or not it's an orb grab is yet to be seen, and it looks like they will play full silence. Now, Shazam is on. Obviously, he'll headshot somebody, but audio duty here. What will he see, and how much room can he take?
Uh-oh, TenZ's lurk here in showers makes me feel very afraid for Fnatic.
Oh,
the drone's not even coming through to this position. TenZ, he might feel the opening here, because there is a huge opening. This is a gamble from Fnatic to leave this position open. His teammates, of course, working towards that B side of the map here, but TenZ, oh, he's going to hear the reload as well, but... Oh, and
he's
here it goes.
He's hearing dumping, though. Ooh, nice read. Yeah, the jumping that he's hearing, the drone being used, he's like, yeah, there's lack of util now at A. We have a better chance to hit A, but they don't have a read on where any of the Fnatic players are yet. Sentinels go in completely dry, thinking they can walk it through, and TenZ has to do a bunch of work to bring this one back into Sentinels' favor.
Yeah, he gets a couple kills. He's got the Empress. He's popped that one now. Here comes Magnum from the back. His timing is really good into this one now. Can he find another one? Boaster in the confusion takes down TenZ, who had to spin around. And now Zoms is left with 8 HP. Sandwiched between 2 Fnatic players. There's no time here. There is no time. Fnatic reset it again. We're going to another overtime here between Fnatic and Sentinels.
The patience, the play, the instant knowledge of what needs to be done here from Fnatic. Nobody scrambled after that. They said, play is done. Stop peeking. We're good. And Magnum again being such a huge focal point for Fnatic in this tournament. Continue to say his name because it was not one we thought we'd be saying over Durka, over Boaster, over Doma that much. Everybody's a great player, but man, is Magnum stepping up for Fnatic here. We'll see what they can do. Another overtime, Dan. Let's go. Round 29.
Absolutely, and we'll get the initial presence around showers there from Dapper and Magnum as well, sending in the flash, but just like very cheap exchange of a utility, and no one's going to actually have showers control. It looks like Fnatic are looking to just go straight for B here. They're not messing around with defaulting anymore. Oh, the drone B long has been avoided entirely. So Shazam's reading the B orb to be safe to pick up. And here comes the push. All the utility's been sent forward, and TenZ will pick off Doma as he tries to get into the site, slowing things down nicely with then the smokes to follow it. This is very awkward now here for Fnatic.
Sentinels,
it looks like they're struggling massively.
Grab every overtime round.
Yeah.
So for them to fall back may actually put the pressure on that Fnatic needs here. But now Fnatic down to 3. 35 seconds left in the round. They are usually good at being pressured into their plans or pressuring the other team, but this might be a little too much.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's very difficult for sure. They've actually left Mystic lurking towards B long to hopefully get a kill, which would then allow them to rotate through the teleporter on A short. So that's one of the reasons why, you know, Mystic is in an important position here, but...
Spike down A.
There goes the TP, but it was without the frag from Mystic, so there's not a lot that Dirk is going to be able to do here with such little time. And there we go, once again, Sentinels, they seem to have cracked the formula, at least in overtime, of defending these attacking rounds, which, let's not forget, it was like an 8-4 attacking half for Fnatic. They had it on lock in regulation.
They did. They did, and it seems like both second halves of our first 2 maps have been the time the opposing team, the one that's down, has been able to come back. Fnatic on the first. Sentinels here on the second. Again, they have game point over to them, and it is going to be round 30. We'll see what the rest of Fnatic can do for this one. Back onto defense. It's been feeling good for them. This whole B-long information game that's going on seems to keep coming up each round as the map then spreads out. I think this is the first time we're not getting a default here out of Sentinels to start this.
Yeah, looking to go pretty fast towards this B site, looking to catch these players off guard. But in fact, it is a rotation quickly for Doma that will be reinforcing this defense that Fnatic have set up on B.
Oh my god, all 5? The death ball?
Yeah, it's happening. They're just going to go straight for this with Sick just contacting out. Sometimes this is the best way to do it. Sick. Oh, he almost made it backside. Boaster takes him down, protects Doma, who now sends forward the boom ball. This is going to allow Fnatic to really have a good defense.
Oh, Magnum!
Magnum again!
Down B.
But it's a 2v2 here, Riv. There's 50 seconds for Sentinels to reset this. They're trying to fall back. Oh, that was close.
I thought he took his head off.
TP.
Mystic waiting. HP in favor of Sentinels right now. Dapper and Shazam to run around. That means the IGL
30
is
seconds
up
left.
and thinking right now. The gears are turning from where they need to go. He says it's a call back to B. And it's probably the safest plant, knowing they have a Sova, knowing they have a Viper. Off-site play is probably their best bet to get here. Drops the spike down, so Shazam himself can stay safe for that detect.
Spike planted.
And Shazam in a forward position.
Oh,
Indeed, Mystic not expecting.
Oh!
Hunter's Fury coming out, and Dapper will take down Dirk.
Wow.
Sentinel
Wow.
pick up
2-0.
Bind. They pick up the map of
Tinggal satu
Fnatic.
lagi,
Map
Bang.
2 goes to Sentinels, and that's a 2-0 start in this best of 5.
Lagu ya. It's okay, it's okay. That's nice. Aku mau nyari ini deh, HP keluaran terbaru. Apa ya? Gimana ya kalau website HP ya? Arena GSM. GSM Arena. Arena GSM what the fun. Ah, ini masih Cina ya. Indonesia. Ini. Apaan? Tokopedia deh kita cek. Tokopedia. Smartphone. Apaan nih? What the fun? Apa zaman dulu? Nih. Vivo Y30. Hmm. Lagu. Hening juga jadinya. Gak ke commute lupa. Ntar dulu guys. Pegang. Ntar aku tidur ntar. lagi. Belum kan ya masih ya? Hmm. Kayaknya dia aku amat ya ininya. Samsung. Ya mahal yuk. $2,5 seriusan. Type C headset jack. Tapi seriusan harganya segitu 2,4. Cincaro. Samsung. Exynos. Aldo. Keren juga tuh nama HP Aldo. Pokoknya astagfirullah. Pokopan maka nggak sih? Pokopon sama Poco M3 ini apa bedanya sih? Sama Poco ini? Aku nggak paham juga dengan ini. Snapdragon apa? Dari Snapdragonnya. Oh nih 622 yang paling baru berapa? 8 ya? Udah kah? Belum. Nothing. Pokopan deh, bukan Xiaomi deh, murah deh. Ya mahal amat. Lama promosi kurang. Pokopon, coba ada nggak sih ininya Xiaomi? Ada. Kita cari di sini. Kita cari di ini. Redmi. Apa bedanya Mi dan Redmi? Mi 11 nih yang mahal ya. Redmi yang mahal ya. Redmi yang Mi ini yang mahal ya. Coba kita searching Xiaomi. Kan official ada deh yang menang officialnya. Mahal 9 cek apa nih? Sorry. Baterainya nice, tapi aku di rumah juga. Ito 5,000. Udah cukup. Oh shit. Oh, boy. Kok kasar? Pokok. Apa Redmi Note 9 Pro? Ada Pro-nya ito. Masih belum. Type-C, ABAC. Wah, bagus ini. Redmi Note 9 Pro. Oh, ini tuh ketambah. Ya. Apa sih pokoknya Pokopon? Itu kali Pokopon apa gimana sih? Aku dengar deh Xiaomi. Wah, monitornya sih the best sih. Nah, stok hapus. Oppo. Asus ada nggak sih? Smartphone. Oh shit, no one here, no one. Apa itu ini? Kayak 2,8 sih. Wah, masih sama. Wow. Enggak ini sejuta doang. M1 apa M2 itu? Oh. Bisa stok. Halo yang nonton, sorry ya, lagi nyari HP. Fuck, 100 juta. Seriusan? $100 juta. lucu sih. Wow. Wow. That's so wow. Wow. Ada yang 2 jutaan ya. Vivo. Apa aku masih bisa bertahan sih? Ini baru ya. Ada yang murah tuh yang 2 juta kok nggak salah. Aneh. Oh. RAM HP 4 GB masih bagus nggak sih? Aku nggak tahu apa HP. Aku udah beli sekarang juga sih, maksudnya nanti pas siap apa sih nyari HP aja, takutnya nih HP ini kelihatan gak sih? Ini HP nanti rusak, seram juga udah kebuka-buka casingnya, entah kenapa. Bedanya ini sama ini warnanya doang ya. Apa sih yang baru? Yang baru berapa? berapa deh? V21, V20 nya dong kayak ada murah. Oh shit, mahal tengah-tengah sih. Oh udah, ini paling aman sih. Bodoh itu pembahasan.
That it works here as we get on to Haven.
And Sick is the first player we'll be following here off the bat, looking to get that space with tens towards short A. They're actually contacting this all the way through. Quite unexpected, and they'll find a completely empty site. So I don't know if this is a very solid read, but it's worked out. And it's not the end of the world for Fnatic either, because they can just play retake.
Yeah, but one of the toughest things I identified with this Fnatic retake composition, and even when they're on aggression, if they are in the post plant, they have very little ways to identify what they're coming into. No Sova. You have to wait for Mystic's a utility to come in, and that's hopefully going to be enough for them.
And there's the defuse actually. It's actually, oh, it just missed halfway, but Fnatic are getting the kills here as they force Sentinels to have to peek from those smokes because they don't have any vision. That looked very comfortable for Fnatic. You can see exactly why they were so happy to play retake on A on the pistol, because they knew they could shut down both the post-plant positions of short and long and then just walk into the site.
Really, really well done. Executing in there, showing you what it means, and what you need to do rather to take a site without having that Sova. It's about teamwork. It's about being there for the trades if the first person isn't taking shots. And great smoke by Ghost to come in. Can't deny that, as it allowed Fnatic full coverage of the site and agency as soon as they got in. There's that pistol round from Fnatic. Can they keep it going, or do we get another 1-1 in our second round?
And once again, we get a contact here from Sentinels on this pistol round. Ten's looking to get that opening shot. Oh, he knows there's going to be a jump here. He's beyond the flash. He's got an opportunity as he swings around, finds Doma in the back, and he might just have a second one. The flick comes through, but Mystic's still alive. Ten's weak, but his teammates now have gained the space onto the site as Fnatic are forced to an awkward defense, but it's looking good for them as Dapper swings around the side. He makes it hurt a little bit, but still Fnatic are in good position, poised to hold the A site. And it's all onto Zoms now for Sentinels. Couple whiffs, and Fnatic come home with the round. That was almost very scary for Fnatic.
Yeah. Looking at that round, it's one that Sentinels actually was able to exploit the first time they played Fnatic. In the situation, it was Mystic that Trailblazer down Cat, and Doma said, wait a minute, and turned around to find it was Tens, I believe, at the time, taking him down. That time, they turn initially to watch A, adapt the strat, realize what's going down. Fnatic doing a great job of really making the little things count here and switching what cost them rounds in the first matchup here on Haven with Sentinels. So great to see the adaptation coming out. It's what exactly Fnatic needs, and they're starting to get that momentum.
Yeah. We get the drone coming down A short as well, so lots of presence from Sentinels, because they also use the gravity well on A long to deny any vision of A long, and the cage was up A long for Sentinels, so Sentinels really pressuring this position, but this play with a judge close range is extremely worrisome for Sentinels, and they're gonna back the hell out of there. And we have the rotation from Fnatic. They've got 3 players on A for the time being.
How do we miss a third round operator? Just dipping into the bank super hard here. I'm looking over, I'm like, wait a minute, is that actually what I think it is with Spectres around the board? So it's kind of Durka playing defense for himself. A Spectre can be kind of medium to longish range if you want, but there's no rifle to trade with a missed shot from Durka, so he needs to play that a bit safe. He's going to post it long, which allows the team, this is great, because they're saying, well, we don't know what Sentinel's doing, so let's post up long, and we can fortify the other side of the map. A trade for kills comes in as we start things off.
Boaster's in a great position. They're not expecting he's going to let the Zoms walk past. Trigger discipline moment here from Boaster as he holds the ground, and still they don't know about him. This is the play here. This will ruin everything for Sentinels. He comes through and he pulls the trigger. The one frag though. It's a 3v3. Still a good opportunity here for Fnatic, but that could have been so much more. And Durka comes through, dashing after the whiff. Chance is starting to fall here for Fnatic as now Sentinels start to pull ahead. Another missed opportunity there for Durka as Mystic swings around logs, looking for that next fight, able to take down Dapper, finds the second. Mystic has it all to do, alone in this situation. Is there any kill here for Shazam? He's going for the hold here halfway. Shazam! He's going to pull the swing, and he's going to take down Mystic, picking up the round for Sentinels.
Nice.
Oh, Boaster, he's going to be really, really frustrated, surely, with that one.
The corner to be checked. Turned around, got it. Oh, you love to see those plays happen too. I mean, it's just as great to see it stopped, but to see him be able to transfer that out would have been amazing. Boaster had such a great play coming up, and the wall kind of stopped him there. A little too much penetration value stopping the gun. 2-1. Sentinels pick one up here as they stop what was the operator round for Durka. Now onto a frenzy, but Bladestorm is there, so Fnatic is not that down and out. This is kind of a played strategy. Sick takes down Boaster, though, and now a 4v5.
Yeah, scary stuff. You're trying to take that opening jewel. Oh, hello! Tens is going to find Magno.
Oh, my word!
Fantastic follow-up onto Doma. Leaves Fnatic truly rocked after that. They have very little to work with now. Only 2 players remaining. And Tens is... Oh, hello. That right-click somehow missed. Mystic will be loving it, though. And Durka's got the Bladestorm. I mean, this would be a highlight moment. It would have to be here from Durka, but the angle from Zoms there, that's the worst possible thing that could have happened for Durka. And Sentinels crush it through 2-2.
Nice flanks, nice plays. Zoms there able to kind of solidify the round if everything in sight didn't go as it needed to. Look at that, right? As he was hitting the ground, before Tens was hitting the ground, his thought process was to the next play. Not where's the next person, it's my next play, and if someone's in front of me, they go down. That processing of information is so damn fast, and why we basically saw Doma still look in the same direction. This is the kind of caliber of play around the board you have to keep bringing to the table 2-2 now. Fnatic to see what they can do on defense for one more round, as it's going to be a rotation around from Durka. He starts to lean towards different sites, and they're going to play the utility of Magnum towards BC here to make sure that Killjoy can lock that down. How do Sentinels get through? Should be not too hard on the eco.
Yeah, and you can see here that Fnatic, you know, they just saw that Sentinels cleared A short with a drone, so they're actually posting up in case there was a player behind the drone.
Ngintip dong.
And
Mati.
you know, it looks like,
Always
you know,
ngintip
as far as
mati.
Fnatic are concerned, that Sentinels are not taking all this space that they just controlled towards A. So they're going to rotate off now.
Wah, gila sih.
We definitely need to see a big game here from Durka, I feel.
Okay, masih nabakan ni kam. Masih nabakan ni nembak kayak
It
gitu.
does need to happen. It seems like
Kasi
Fnatic
nembak ka
operates
tembok
at a
gitu.
different
Kaya
pace,
nggak
right?
yakin
When
aja
Durka's kind of opening up everything. Their first match we saw, he kept continuously taking short A on Haven. It just opened up the map. They were able to work around everything else, and Boaster with that type of information is basically unstoppable. Here, they get a bit of that. Trade the 1-for-1, and now, with a rifle in Durka's hands, it's much more possible to make this round count. We'll see what they can do.
And Durka will make himself known to Shazam. Durka probably doesn't expect Shazam to be there, but you'd imagine he'd be checking this angle as he crosses. But the perfect timing there for Shazam, just as Durka has to look towards Garage, that is when Shazam appears. And it's like Sick will take down Boaster. So there's not too much else happening here for Fnatic in terms of damage, it looks like. There is a safe exit for Sentinels if they want it. Mystic is going to try, they want to try to force the fight, so they want to try and make sure they actually die and get some kills along the way here. Sick will be pushed to defend. Another shot comes in. Another kill there for Doma, so damage being done. Nice shots from Doma. Able to steal away a Phantom. Can he get out of there in time? It looks like he should be able to. The spike is far enough away. That actually works out nicely for Fnatic.
Nice, nice.
Doma has one of the most disgusting sheriffs at this event. Honestly, like if he is not the best with the sheriff from what we've seen, he continuously under pressure can pull up multiple frags. It doesn't matter the situation. We'd love to see him whipping out the big iron and make something happen. So 3-2 here. We're looking at how the money's been working. Wins for Sentinels, $2,900 in credits for lost rounds going over to the side of Fnatic, which means if Durka loses everything this round, he'll have 3,000 credits next round. Easy math. They take a tactical timeout, but you can see how much it is hurting the economy flow now that Sentinels has strung together these 3 rounds. Also, on that last one, Dan, a lot of ultimates popped up for Sentinels. So to have that happen after Fnatic comes off an eco means Sentinels may be able to go for the throat once again, combining a lot of those ults.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a really interesting situation because Fnatic also have that information. So I wonder what they'll be expecting. Because, you know, one thing that in any research Fnatic would have done is you have to know, okay, with the comp that Sentinels is running, where do their ultimates go when they get them? You know, what rounds, what tells are there in the default that let us know how they're going to utilize those? And should we play retake? Because, you know, what are the spots that Six going to use this run it back? Like, there's just like so many of these things that if Fnatic have done their research, they might have a good idea as to what Sentinels might want to do. But you can't get too in your head with these things too if you're Sentinels and playing generally, because if you play too far outside of your own game, then you might run into, you might outgame yourself. Right? So,
exactly. It becomes very difficult in that sense, right? You always want to be able to play your game and avoid, 1, playing the enemy's game, or 2, playing to not lose. Which is when you just play so scared, you're still on the map but not doing much. And you can never have that mentality, it just becomes chaos. We see these teams here in the finals, not really something that plagues them. But we still have to question who's going to be able to show up here on 3. Sentinels with 2 maps is putting that pressure on. And it's a lot of pressure here as they start to take the lead. These ultimates up, as we said before, and the spike is down for now. Controlled by the Cypher traps currently at the moment, but those actually just went down. So you can see Shazam's like, I'm going to go pick up the spike real quick. We need that in our hands.
That's huge too, because the tripwires go out, which allows such a flank here from Doma. Nice kill from Sick, but again, there is a lot of problems for Sentinels because the trips go down, and now there can be pushes all across the map here from Fnatic, and they're in a 3v4 after plant. This will be tough. They've got a great spot for the plant. Shazam is able to play from long. He's got Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of things going here for Sentinel's favor. And there goes the push into tens. He's just going to hold the forward ground. He doesn't care. He's taking these fights by himself. Portrayed him down, and they're looking good to try to finish this one. Shazam has to go to the side, gets concussed, has to be great on his first push.
Oh my god!
Oh, how on earth has he done that? The Rebel clutch from Shazam is phenomenal. I don't think he had any right to win that, but you know what? It's Shazam. He is just better than you can ever expect in these moments, pulling out a transfer of all transfers there, connecting with every bullet, holding it true on that spray. Oh my goodness, and he was concussed here as well. That's 3 headshots there.
Oh my word.
Nakabalik,
Okay. I mean, you saw Shazam do it. I'm not sure if there was a delay after the Trailblazer. They knew he was flashed. We'll go to the next round. Dirk here trying to keep himself alive. They're back on the eco for Fnatic in rounds like we just saw start to weigh on your opponents. Sentinels feeling great after those victories. Coming into round 7 here, it's a lot of action towards the A site with a big flank from Sentinels onto C already. What's this going to produce?
Yeah, that flank is coming in as well from Fnatic. Mystic gets one on the front. Let's see if there's any more love here for Fnatic. My goodness,
Whoa.
Charging forward, and also the flank there by Magnum is good also. It puts Sentinels in a very odd position. Just around before, we have Shazam breaking Fnatic's back with such an insane clutch. And now we've got a very interesting situation here. Storm's lurking through spawn. We'll take down one. Magnum with the off angle there, able to punish, leaving Shazam alone. The Cosmic Divide as well. But this much time, Shazam can be anywhere.
I think he's going to push all the way through.
30 seconds left.
Sentinel.
Looks quite possible here. I do think that would be a really cool play as well.
Sentinel pa Sentinel?
On A.
No, open now.
Bose is going to concuss the back of the site. He's spotted him. He's going to take him down. Very good try, avoiding the stars, but Bose still had the position. What an answer back though, Riv. What an answer, given what Shazam just did to them. Getting thrifty, huge.
And that's what I said. Rounds like that from a player can weigh on your opponents. Powerlifting over here from Fnatic is what you call this. What a round from everybody. Magnum coming up big on the flank as well. And then on the final kill for Zombs because they knew it was a little too quiet and someone was being a rat. But you're right. To see that come through, to get the operator back into Dirk's hands, Fnatic is doing everything they need to while getting attacked from each side by Sentinels to make sure they stick in this game and can bring it back to the one that they want to play right out of the gate each round. Dirk with the peak. What can he produce?
Oh,
got to be so careful here because Sentinels are looking to really force the issue. Run it back is available from Sick. He might pop that right now. How will they deal with Durka though? Durka, he could be the recipient of a wayward knife from Tens, who's popped that Blade Storm. And look at just the sort of hold of position that's happening right now here for Sentinels. They're waiting to see if Fnatic are going to just start throwing utility. Are they going to rotate everybody? Are they going to start to question things now? Because it's all quiet. Do they rotate off of A?
Phoenix all out of short.
Yeah.
And there's the full frontal assault from Sentinels. It's looking really good. It's going to be retake here for Fnatic.
Spike planted.
And this, I don't know, this is a tough one.
No charges left.
It's very unfortunate here, Riv, as well, because again, it feels like Dirk is unable to activate with that operator.
As soon as it just seemed like it was kind of flawless. The bread and butter there for Sentinels to get into that. And I think the identification may be, where's Magnum? Magnum slows us down a lot. That's the utility in the site that can really stop us. Doma's going to throw some slows. Slows aren't damaging either as a wall. So there's actually a lot that Sentinels won't have to worry about if they aren't initially seeing Magnum. Otherwise, you're going to have to work on against the amazing aim of Fnatic and their members. But we know what that means. And seeing what type of crowd control or damaging abilities that would displace you are presented at a site, Sentinels are going to feel much more comfortable following Sick in once he identifies that information. So nice, quick, clean round there to get themselves in. And we'll keep an eye on if they're finding Magnum, staying away from Magnum, because he's doing a great job at utilizing Killjoy bots between alert in the middle of B, turret over at C so he can spread 2 sites and play it nicely in garage. Here he's setting up his turret, as you see on the mini-map in the corner, and he'll head back to a garage position to activate both of those and keep that side of the map clean, which almost means those holds on A for Fnatic should be stronger.
And again, we're seeing this A presence. And again, quick fact, quick reminder, Sentinels at Masters 2 Reykjavik have not dropped a single map. They win this map, it's a flawless run. Durka, though, is in an elevated position here. Can he get the trade? He gets it onto Sick, but it's... Oh, okay, Mystic with the swing. He's looking for more. And it's going to be a 3v3 here. Shazam is reading the flank already. Boaster is going to get caught off guard entirely.
Spike planted.
And it looks like it could be a wrap here for Fnatic unless Magnum does something truly unthinkable. Caught in the crossfire. Sentinels pick up their 6th round.
Yeah. Look at the initial attack there. If you can remember what just happened, as they all shot their weapons with not a real peek, right? They stepped out, shot, but were still hidden. Literally to confuse the crap out of your opponent, and then everybody peeked at the same time. It's the consistency of knowing that everybody's going to be doing the same thing. How to execute on even one person in the site that continues, I think, to bring Sentinels on top of these situations. Just having that fundamental, the next step and the next step in place, and always being able to execute on that. Durka looking to make a play, and this could be huge with the Storm as he's seen and caught out by the Cypher Cam.
Yeah, definitely. And he does a good job there by destroying it before it can get vision, so he can still be out there. But it's going to be it looks like a straight push here. Oh, the updraft peak. They were ready and waiting for that one. Sentinels were just holding their ground, looking for the response. Picked up Durka, and now they're just charging through to the site. Backside control for Boaster. He's got to hit every shot. Dapper will eventually take him down, and with the neural theft, they know exactly what's going on. Mystic, last player standing. It's going to get taken down by Dapper as well. 7-3 opening here is looking very dominant from Sentinels thus far, and it really feels like a struggle for Fnatic. You know, Durka can't activate. He got punished for playing too aggressively in the last series against Fnatic. He's getting punished for not playing aggressively enough in some spots, and in the spots where he chooses, right then, Sentinels are just waiting for that move. They've heard the Blade Storm. They know that's a huge possibility, and they wait for it.
And it's wild to see.
We are strong.
Come party with me, he said. So looking at how it's happening, you just see they're avoiding all of the danger at first. And everything becomes an advantage as they start off. Almost able to hit Magnum there. Magnum playing it nice and getting 1 HP as he gets the heal up from Sky. A little bit of a reset, and they're back onto ultimates. Boaster's found out as he tries to play a close shot, Dan. Now they're into C again.
Yeah, good punish there coming through. But it's going to be very difficult here for Fnatic to get too much more here. Durka picks down tens, but going to need much more. Some distraction coming from Garage, but they do know where Durka is. So I see Shazam holding this position.
Yeah.
Good angle from Sick here. There's a swing from Durka. Won't land. Sick splash will get destroyed, and he'll get taken down as well. 8-3 now for Sentinels. Starting to look pretty straightforward for them in the first half of Haven.
Easy win.
It's becoming just a series of multi-kills almost, you know? We see a lot of members going down. We just saw Shazam's there, able to get 2 or 3 at the end of the round. Ten's making work here with 2 of his own. So if we're not getting 1-for-1s across the map, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to be able to come up on top of these strats. Plus, they continue to be kind of just pushed into the floor on credits, what they can buy here to another gun round. They're facing 3 powerful ultimates on the side of Sentinels. It's like they continue to come up so Sentinels can rinse and repeat and make every gun round Fnatic has that much harder.
And there's the Hunter's Fury to try to destroy the lockdown. They did not do that. Transfer from Zombs won't connect either. Fnatic with a nice crunch through mid. But it's down to Durka now. He's got 3 players left to go. He knows where 1 is. Where's the extra player? The flick's not good. Tens swings through and just annihilates Durka there. That was so fast. 9-3. And we switch sides. The second half. Is this it for Fnatic? Is this Sentinel sweeping the grand finals 3-0 and being undefeated throughout the entire tournament? That would be something.
Dan, I think they unleashed tens on a bit of the content plays. Shazam said, run free, make it happen. And I think we're getting a few from him. He's had such a great series here. The question also for Sentinels was, would that change be it? Would tens be able to be tens on land? It's all this guy wanted. The break he took was, I'll come back when it's land time. And he did. And now he's there representing for North America at the grand finals of Reykjavik Masters here. And Fnatic as well, fighting now to keep themselves in this. 2 maps down, still have what it takes. They're going to do the first B strat, Dan. Let's see how this pays off for them.
Yeah, Som's straight there, backside, holding things down with the assistance of Sig. Still in position, still causing problems here for Fnatic as they try to push this forward. The wall is slowly being broken, and the integrity of this push is starting to wane as Fnatic will still try to hold on with what they have. Missed it with 2 great headshots, Boaster with the finishing move. Great for Fnatic there. That's the start they needed into this second half. They just have to hold on against the pistols.
Super, super big. See how this one happens again. Mystic, everything on the outside that he can produce to give the team the advantage, and Boaster there to finalize. See if those frags can keep coming up in the second half for Doma and Boaster. Usually we see those two able to lead the charge a little bit with more confident shots, and it may be making Fnatic play a bit more timid to these situations. Here they should have that momentum after pistol round. We'll see if they can grab it. It is going to be Marshall for tens this time. We'll see if they can stop the ego from Fnatic.
Really fast pace, straight into B.
Gaming ngayon.
Dirk with a dash straight backside. Oh my god, sick! Just, I think that was a point-blank shot straight in the side of Dirk's face. Now we've got Fnatic, you know, they have control of the site. They use the walls to block off A-Link. So they have a setup here. And it's just going to be tough for the pistols. Oh my god, the spray from Mystic is fantastic. What a player this guy is. Now Sentinels have the site. Seekers go forward. That's going to confirm the information as to where they are. And there's still those nano swarms, I believe. And there goes one. It's going to be very hard for Sentinels. The Cloud Burst goes down. Oh my god, the spray, the transfer from Shazam. Out comes the Sheriff. He's looking for the headshot. And it's going to be Fnatic, though. They're going to lock it in. I love the B play on an anti-eco.
It's awesome. And they're playing much faster. We actually saw Haven being a problem for Fnatic the first time they played Sentinels. And ended up being a problem there with the loss. But getting into B didn't allow them to set up. Didn't allow them to really hold the site in a post plant because of all the smoke and the utility Sentinels were left with to enter back into sight. Here, a better flank, much more aggression, and Fnatic are encroaching into the space that was Sentinels with much more control. So a nice job there, and being able to take the site without really having too much of a post plant. You're just, well, it is a post plant, but you're just setting up defense inside the site, which becomes very tricky.
Ducky went straight past the player. Oh my god! My goodness, he's gonna go straight to spawn. That was sick. Like, see ya. Durka straight in spawn. Tens is looking for him. Oh my god. This guy is doing so much damage. And with that, the chaos as well. The free... What? Dapper is going to get one straight through the wall. And that's going to even it up 3v3. But Magnum is in position. Garage. Doma slowed on the planting. Oh, but the lineup couldn't be more perfect. Oh my god. The timing is unbelievable, Riv.
Magnum, why are you so good? The brain he's working with right now is literally just firing mind bullets to all the Sentinels. He's reading what they're doing. They're 2 steps before they even got to Garage for the double collab. I should say the collab. Double collab would be a lot. Now 9-5 here. Turret's going to give him up. Shazam trying to work a little magic.
Yeah, definitely doable here for Shazam. We know how good he is. That's an isolated fight. Doesn't win it. But if he can find another one of those, maybe there's a chance. There is one, but Doma's going to take him down. And this time, Shazam won't pull out the most unbelievable clutch in the 1v2. On that C side. But Durka, my god, he was just, I don't know what he thinks is in defender spawn. But he was trying to fast track it straight there.
Yeah.
And there it is. We're getting closer here, Rip. This is looking much more competitive now from Fnatic.
Fnatic having the first 3, build the momentum. They usually get tacked or hit up at round 2 or 3 where the other team is able to come through, but they push and eco back onto Sentinels, and Fnatic are now feeling it. In a groove, it looks like they want to work A with a little bit of that utility from Astra on to B and C. With the turret in the middle, they can watch the flank with Magnum and not have to worry about too much as they figure out what utility is going to be where with Sentinel's agents. Oh, goodbye. What a gravity well there from both.
Yeah, no escape. That was very scary as well. Shazam is famed for his pistol aim, and Durka spamming through as well. Got to be cautious, not be overconfident in these scenarios. Sentinels could be quite dangerous with what they're carrying. There we go, Dapper opens it up onto Durka. 4v4, they've got some sight position, just diving onto Doma, trading again with the Sheriffs. In comes Fnatic, they have to push past the Cosmic Divide, they have to push past all the vision blocking, and they're going to find the frags to close the round. 7-9 to the deficit as Fnatic slowly but surely start to look more confident, and they start to climb back, but we're into another bye for Sentinels.
And this is now where we watch this again, a great retake coming in. This is by Fnatic, I'm saying, the great retake. They retake control of the site, understand what they need to do, and make sure they get another round. And now looking at how Fnatic is playing these, they continue to play strong, they identify what's going on, and now with that eco of getting a few frags, they've strung together ultimates just like Sentinels were doing when they were on defense. And now, just like Fnatic was doing, sorry, on the other side. But now they can use those ultimates, stack them together, and make sure they have a few rounds to themselves. It's the Bladestorm first, Rez can be there, and Magnum's ult is last if necessary.
Yeah, and these C splits were very, very popular for Fnatic on their attack on the last time these two teams faced each other, and they get that lockdown coming through, can't be denied. So that's going to give all this position. Love that from Magnum. Deep Nano Swarm to deny positioning here for Sentinels. Boaster with the lurk. This is how Fnatic play it. If Boaster finds good timings on that lurk, Fnatic are in a great position. Oh, hello, Durka! Playing whack-a-mole. And that is a really good opening for Fnatic at 4 versus 2 now. And Durka's looking for more, and he's going to get it. Tense goes down, and now there's no hope for Shazam.
And check out, look at how they defend the site here. Again, we bring up the no Sova point. It makes Fnatic have to defend the site like this. And that's not a bad have to. This is how they choose to. But they're just up in your face. Retaking the site has to be fast. So you're also pressuring Sentinels and needing to get there in numbers. Not playing their game of trade one, trade one. Fnatic really adapting this strategy that has to stay in a site to play post-plant, which is a difficult thing to do. And continue to take rounds away from Sentinels. 9-8 now, Dan, as we keep going.
9-8.
Yeah, and one point to
From
note from
9
the previous
to
matchup
3.
with these two teams is that Sentinels would win A control pretty easily most of the time, and Fnatic didn't really invest too much in it, and they relied a lot on C splits and sometimes like fast timing into B. That's how Fnatic got most of their attacking rounds the last time these two teams played this map. And we haven't seen exactly that as much, but it is shaping up somewhat similarly, and Fnatic are looking actually a bit better so far. So we'll see if that continues, because we've got a hodgepodge buy here from Sentinels with the Bladestorm, so they are dangerous in this round.
And that wall that Dome was placing when they get over to C for those takes, you see how he leaves the left side open? So interesting. A lot of times you would wall off the entirety of the C defense entry because you want to know where they're coming from. But leaving that open makes the defense guess, is somebody on the back platform area? Are they anywhere I have to look? What a great mind game wall as we see a lot of action in. Dapper's like, one may dash behind me, but I can't look.
Yeah, and he gets one from the judge in that position as well, so that's ideal for Fnatic. You know, I feel like the judges often getting two there for sure. And that does make it very difficult. Tens again still has the Bladestorm available. And here he goes, 1 versus 4 here for Tens. You never want to put it past him to pull out the impossible. There's the first engagement, and that's not going to go too well. Switch for Spectre. Just a bit too awkward on those first 2 throws, and Magnum will take him down. 9-9, Fnatic. It was looking like all the energy was sapped from them, but they are truly, well and truly back in this. And this is a map that I think we would expect Sentinels to really win this one. It'll be very comfortable here, and Fnatic are looking great right now.
They are. Fnatic's attack on Haven, 63%.
Woi,
Just like their buying percentage, it's up there.
Pantai
So good, and we see
Fnatic
them
jadi
starting to attack
nyerang.
back on this so well right now.
21,
Sig does have
34,
the run it back.
56,
An ult for
97
Doma there if they want
tadi.
to
Jadi
bring someone back
99.
onto the map for this. Is 10
From
to get an early
9
operator
to
into
3
play. Phantoms for the
to
entirety of Fnatic
9
here
to
in round
9.
19.
Oh, and Durka again with these forward dashes into B. It's been really good for Fnatic, and it looks like it might convert again to get the opening kill onto Zombs. That's all the Astra stuff out of the way with. The Seekers come through as well for Magnum to allow him to understand how to position. Oh, he should have won that one. Shazam with a great recovery with the Seeker in his face, still picks off Magnum, and that will take it to a 4v4. And that's going to really give a chance here to Sentinels.
4,
Boaster on the roam. What will he be able to do from the other side as he waits to hear more shots, waits to hear confirmation from the team before they all move? And again, this is where it could be tough if Sentinels get the smokes down that are necessary. Actually, they're out of smokes. So this is good for Fnatic as the retake is going to happen. Shazam takes down one. They use the Phoenix wall to fake it. And what will happen?
Boaster,
my word.
position was so key. And Tens, that's got to be
Wow.
a scope there, and they're going to have just enough time to defuse this one as Dapper locks it in for Sentinels. They go 10 to 9, but
jangan sampai takabur
that's
gaming.
the B
Takabur
plays for you. You know, really
Kabar.
relies on
Yes.
taking
Habis.
control somewhere. And Magnum, unfortunately for him, you know, missed this kill. This kills everything.
And it becomes a bit chaotic. Having to stay in the site, not being able to watch all those angles, because playing outside of it means you deal with walls. As we see Mystic out behind this one, can't really help. It becomes tough. Fnatic is doing such a good job at initiating these rounds, and then again they put Sentinels in one of their favorite things, the retake. So it might need to be Fnatic pushing forward a little bit more. They were taking ground earlier, having somebody go through Garage and get a little bit more. That was really pulling Sentinels apart, and I love that from Fnatic in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, I think if they run that again, they
Itu
have a
ngekek
bit
si
more
kepala,
success.
cuy.
They had so many things going for them there. I think that's why both are so stressed out by that one. Tens finding Durka is a good opening there for Sentinels. And it looked like Fnatic wanted to mix things up and explode onto the safe side. That will force out the res. At the very least, the res is there for Fnatic. Now, Fnatic actually spreading out here. So they've left a lurk towards a short and Magnum. And actually, no, the spike is going to be there as well. So it's going to be a fake of the C rotation. But they have to sell this one. Oh, that's a huge
It's not sold.
Fine from Sig. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Riv. Definitely not sold. But they still take down 10s. So 2v4 after plant. It is workable.
Sonar Bolt waiting to come up for Shazam. They possibly wait for that to happen before they even retake the site. Yes, Magnum pushing up. This is perfect, but there's too many on each side, and he gets crossfired as he goes for the play to give them the advantage. Great thought. As Sentinels just has too many there. A 4K for Sig as he starts to bring it back on the Phoenix. Now round 11 going over for Sentinels.
Gaming lagi.
Yeah, that was so close.
So betul,
So many spots there. You know, what if not for 6? You know, insane 2K. We're gonna, I'm sure, see it. The opening frag and then Sig on that rotation. They really had to sell this. All they have to do is get the kill onto Sig and then try to delay, and this round will look very different.
Yep. And that was
from him.
So quick from Sig. He's like, well, I just shot a guiding light, but I shot a jet, so let me look for the sky. Like, instantaneous. As all these players are doing everything they can to make it work for their squad. Back to guns. Vandals and Phantoms being chosen on the side of Fnatic here as Tens get pulled around a little bit.
The default looking once again as it did in previous rounds here, where limited focus towards A. In fact, a lot left up to 10 on A. He's the solo defender there with the operator. And it makes a lot of sense. You can see that there is 6 action on B here. They're expecting Fnatic to go back to these B plays, which have been quite successful. Largely successful for Fnatic, and they need success right now, so you would expect it. The Divide comes through. They're going for a fast switch up into the C site. There's the dive through. My God, Sentinels bring the fight to Fnatic.
the double dive through. You hardly ever see it. Sick goes back in, and there's another one as well. It's going to be Dapper taking down Magnum. Boaster trades, and now he's a left V2.
Doesn't expect Dapper to be there. And that's
12.
That's championship point for Sentinels.
Dah boleh GG Dah boleh kah?
This is it. This is the
Oh,
moment.
dia
Now
minta boleh
Fnatic have
GG.
no more lives left. They can't set a foot wrong at this point. But yeah, you're right, Riv. What an insane call. Just at such a moment's notice for Sentinels to communicate to each other. We're pushing through this together. Like
Yeah.
GG boy.
You already have the
GG.
team on their heels to say, all right, we have a few rounds to jump in your face in the championship grand finals BO5. Like, those are not the plays you're expecting a lot from people unless it's a Jet or a Phoenix just by himself. Dan, here we are, 12-9, possible championship point here for Sentinels.
And Bosa goes down straight away, trying to challenge Tens on that A-long position. And in goes the B play. Trades on through as they vibe for position. Fnatic, they get the wall up. Rez is available here for Doma. If he can find it, it's going to be very difficult, though, because they know surely that someone is in this site. It's Shazam sending forward all the utility there. Gets caught, though. And we also get the lockdown coming through here. And Doma's in such an awkward position by himself. Finally gets the res in. Sick, making his way from C-Link. Fnatic in a 4 versus 2 here. It's going to take a lot for Sick and Tends to pull this one out. Magnum with the flank. He's going to find both players. There's
Oh
the
my
transfer.
God.
Great stuff.
So
Great
good.
timing from Magnum. And Fnatic stay in it for a round longer. Can they get to overtime, though, Rick?
Sampai overtime lagi
I
udah.
sure hope so,
Semua
Dan.
game
Yeah,
ini
let's
bikin
go.
overtime aja.
Give me
Let's do it.
more and more. Let's do it. What a play. And to see this perseverance from your teams at the top of the table, obviously mainly Fnatic here, not letting backs against the wall even turn down their aim. They come out strong with a round that keeps them in this series, in this best of 5 with their back against the wall here. And now it looks to be the A strat as we see Boaster setting up smokes all around just to make sure Sentinels is thinking.
Yeah,
A little bit of a push here from Sick.
It's crazy if you think about the position for Sentinels. They're so heavy towards Garage and B because that's where Fnatic find their success. So Fnatic have actually completely timed with this one. If they contact all the way through, in fact, they've sent the Trailblazer out now. So Fnatic, or the Sentinels know what's happening. But this was the perfect read from Fnatic. They just have to find a way to win with this position. And they just don't expect Tens. Oh no, they were not checking for Tens. They do trade him out though, but Dapper has crept onto the site. The trades now is Shazam
Hidupannya sih
creeps, and
sekam
it's 2
sih,
versus 2
Bang.
after all of the trades. Do they know about Zombs? Mystic does, and now Sick is going to be here. Is Mystic pulling out the Seekers. He's got the crosshair placement, but Magnum swings, and it's a win. Keeps Fnatic in this one for another round, a chance at an overtime.
If you even guess once that Magnum wasn't one of the people keeping Fnatic in this game, there it is, proof right on the screen as he finishes off a round to keep Fnatic now 1 point away from overtime in the grand finals with the most pressure that could be on this squad from Europe. They continue to perform. And this is one of those qualities people saw in the team coming through is what made Fnatic so strong. They can get through a lot, even with their fundamentals being amazing. When they're called upon, they can do it.
This buy, though, from Sentinels is a bit scary because it seems like it's desperate, but in the desperation, you can get the Chaos, and Fnatic are going to put the Chaos on.
Oh my God!
An absolute beast there! Just savaging that defense on C with the knives. And it's going to be Tens here now that we're following, trying to find something on the flank. He knows there's someone up here. We've got Boaster meditating.
Si Boaster
in the window.
lagi berdoa, lagi praying.
Shazam's creeping forward as well. Oh, he finally time Stalker.
Ya, timingnya.
They're running through. Sonar
Ibang
up.
lagi bang.
Dome was close. They don't know. Oh my God, he gets flashed.
The team flash. The team flash. Magnum's in the smoke here. Tens.
Oh my God.
Oh, Magnum's got no HP. Not like this. Sentinels. They're going to get the defuse. They've done it. Sentinels are the Masters 2 Reykjavik champions. And they do it flawlessly. They didn't drop a single map. They have made history here, Riv, because they are the first global champions in Valorant history.
Leadernya ini ya, si Shazam.
Stunned Fnatic. played so well throughout everything, coming in as such a strong team. And we see a grand finals that continue to go the distance with overtime. A 3-0 still, as we said, for Fnatic. And we can see they know how good they are. Still smiles on their faces. They're going to come back stronger. But it's the team on your screen right now from North America, Sentinels, as you said, Dan, grabbing the Masters Reykjavik Championship for Valorant. 1 year later, this is the team that's setting the pace.
And there can't be a single question anymore about the best team, the best region. The Sentinels have won this tournament. They've represented North America here. And I think it's fair to say, you know, they are the best team in the world. Finally, conclusively, definitively, we can state this. As we've now concluded our first. It's amazing if we consider the history, over the last year, the hype, and how much discussion has gone back and forth, how much theory crafting has gone on over the various podcasts and shows that we've had discussing Valorant esports. Finally, we have some answers here, Riv.
What a game from this team. Tens gets to play on land, having a great time for himself. Sentinels come up so strong throughout the tournament. And like you said, without dropping a map, they're able to come in and make this happen. And no doubters anymore that Sentinels can perform as the best team in the world.
And some of the things that they had to do to make this happen is kind of insane, because I really feel like Fnatic played an incredible game of Valorant here. At this tournament, they played so very well. And against Sentinels, they played so very well. But there is just this element, this X factor that exists with the players on Sentinels that just somehow always makes it feel like it's possible. Stuff like we're seeing right there from Tens. Every single player delivers so much in the key moments that you just always have something. You always have a play. You always have a chance with this team, no matter the situation.
Spike down.
Great communication from map to map. In this series, there wasn't a lot of combo utility usage. A lot of the set plays were done with bodies. A lot of things were brought forward with power and numbers and kind of trying to find the precedent of your opponent. And Sentinels as well. The first bloods coming out of Tens, the ability to take Fnatic down a member is always going to make it harder.
Yes, it's so crazy to think that you know, we've come all this way, and this is the moment that we.
Mental itu udah, gitu ya.
Well, I guess we'll throw it over to
Ada lagu kan. Gila 4 jam juga aku streaming lagi. Tung 3 game doang yang selesai kan. Bayangkan 5 game.
Been a long road to Reykjavik, where 10 teams arrived and competed, but only one remains standing and able to call themselves the world's
Dan udah jelas kan yang
and they
menang
did it in undefeated
Sentinel
fashion, taking down every other region at the
That's
tournament
emang
without
bagus sih.
dropping a map. Once again, Sentinels and Sick, I'm coming to you first right here on my right, my dude. How does it
Ada
feel
yang
to
pengen
be
dengerin?
the first ever winner of an international
Tulis
LAN
deh.
for Valorant?
Yeah, I mean,
Ya,
it feels
oke
really
deh.
good. Like
So,
my
thank you yang
entire
udah
CS career,
nonton
like, I was
dari
wanting so
tadi.
bad to, like,
Thank you
to come
juga
out
yang
right
udah
out of the
like.
gate in Valorant and being able
Nanti
to,
kalau
you know,
ada
prove everybody
final-final
wrong and,
gini
like,
mungkin aku
prove
bakal
that I could be a champion is
ke
really good.
nyari.
And you do
Mungkin
it
nanti kalau udah
reunited with
maju,
your boy Shaz over there.
maybe
But
tambah
beyond
lagi.
that,
Cuma
yes,
aku
this
harus
title earns
nyeting-nyeting
you
lagi
the
karena
title of best
itu
in the world,
khusus cuy.
and we know that definitively at this
Karena
point.
ada
But I'm curious
syarat-syaratnya biasanya.
from
So
your
thank you
own
semuanya.
standpoint,
Bye-bye.
why you think what makes Sentinels the best team in the world?
Yeah, honestly, it's really just our adaptability and like the chemistry we have together. It's actually insane. So like overall, we're